amazing host and the founder of Film Only Film, Francesco. So let's give him a huge round of applause there.
Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm already nervous as it is. I'm half used to Zoom, but I'm not used to doing online film festivals. But I think there is a major advantage to this. And in the first edition, we had less than half the people. So I'm glad that at least there's that advantage to take into consideration. Before we start, the festival and showing films, we are based in obviously Toronto, Canada, where it is 9:20 a.m. at the moment. And I wanted to first do a land acknowledgement, and I will share my screen for that. After that, I just wanted to give a brief introduction to my crew who are present here and a couple who are not present here. And then we will get the event going just before 9:30. So I've done a bit of practice on this, but I'm still not the best expert on Zoom. I'm going to attempt to share my screen and just read this brief land acknowledgement. Let's see if this works out for me. Right, I will need some thumbs up as soon as you see. Is that working? Yes, thank you. Right. So Film Only Film Festival acknowledged that while being based in Toronto, Canada, we are on treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and pay tribute to their legacy and the legacy of all First Peoples of Canada. Today, the traditional meeting place of Toronto is still home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work in the communities that have grown in the treaty lands of the Mississaugas. We acknowledge that we are all treaty people and accept our responsibility to honor all these relations. So that is an acknowledgement. My crew is Mitchell Daniels, who is, these are all my co-hosts and judges. Mitchell is the person that spoke to you first this morning. We've got Tasia Chung, who is waving to you as well. She's also one of the judges, and these are my support crew. If anything happens, if anything goes wrong during this festival, Ashley Duffus is our photographer. Many people might be asking yourselves, how do you have a photographer at an event on Zoom? Well, she's got a lot of answers for that, and she'll be segregating into breakout rooms throughout, or mainly at the end. But if anyone has any questions about being photographed in a group or by themselves, please direct message your questions towards Ashley. Parmeet, who is my wife, is the designer who is not present. Well, she's going to show her face now very quickly.
Hello.
Cool. And then we've got Bhagwant Singh, who is my father-in-law, who designed some of the awards that we're going to present right at the end of the day. I'm going to unshare my screen now for a second, just to get out of this presentation mode. I did place in the chat the general rules. We're going to try and put them in every sort of half an hour. I think Mitchell will be in control of that, in charge of that. I am aware that not everybody is going to be comfortable with either asking or answering questions about films. If any filmmaker doesn't want to answer or doesn't feel comfortable, it's absolutely fine. I do welcome any questions from anyone about the films. I think we can use the raise hand option if that is the case. I got one question initially. I know that there is one filmmaker, I'm not sure if she's in the room right now, who is based in London, and she's deaf, so she uses BSL, British Sign Language. If there's anyone that is familiar with that, please flag, send a direct message. There's a film that's screening that she made. It's a fantastic film. We will be using chat mode for any questions with that. If there's anyone who thinks they can facilitate that, fine. If not, doesn't matter. We'll work out something around that. But yeah, I think Mitchell made it pretty clear how things can work. But again, if anyone has any questions about the Zoom, how Zoom works, feel free to, you can even direct message Mitchell and he'll have all the answers for you. So yes, I'm more nervous than any of you. I'm not as nervous, I'm more nervous than any of you. But it has been a privilege and an honor to receive so many amazing films, and it's just been so much fun watching them. I think Mitchell and Tasia can, agree to that. It's both very hard and very easy to make selections, but I think what we've included today, it marks people's passion. It marks people's passions coming from different countries at different ages. When I was the age of some of the filmmakers here, I was making nothing like the quality of films that were submitted. So it's just really a privilege for me to be presenting these films, and yeah, I'm just really happy to have you guys all involved. And I know we're limited to Zoom, but I think we're unlimited by Zoom in a sense, and it's already a much bigger event than it was last year. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming in. Anyone can come in and come out, as long as hopefully films are not interrupted. There is a schedule which might vary time-wise, which is published on Facebook. But aside from that, I just hope you have a great time. Again, there are some really, really good films. I do have at least one question for every filmmaker. I repeat, it's at the discretion of the filmmakers. They can direct message me if their film is coming up saying, I'm happy not to answer any questions or whatever. So yeah, there are no rules as such, but anyone is welcome to speak on the raised hand, after they've raised their hand. Most likely technical issues or not, no, sorry, I won't say that. If there was any technical issues or if you've got any questions, please direct them towards Mitchell, because I will be focusing on showing the films and eventually presenting things. But aside from that, I think unless anyone has any imminent questions, I am almost ready to start with the first film. So yes, once again, welcome everyone, and thank you for being here. Right, yeah, you're gonna have to bear with me, my awkward looking around, because I'm using a second monitor to sort this out. Yes.
One question in the chat from Alicia Diaz.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at that.
Go.
I just saw the hours on Facebook. I'm sorry, I hadn't paid attention to the hours that were on the left side, so I apologize for.
So that is 10 a.m. Toronto time, so in half an hour.
Okay.
Did you? That's 10 a.m. in half an hour, right?
Yes.
Yes. So if any filmmaker cannot attend during their screening, what we can do is, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to change the order of the screenings, but unless anyone's got any better ideas, we can have questions sent by email. I think everyone should still be included regardless of whether they can be present live in the festival. I welcome any other ideas, but I want to make it as transparent and as easy, even if we encounter that kind of issue. You might not be the only person with that kind of issue. You've got a great film there, but I think it's not one of the first ones being screened, unfortunately. So I don't think it's going to be screened before 10 a.m. But yeah, I mean, I think Mitchell, if you're going to be on the button with the messages, and if there's anything I need to read, you can direct me towards that. But yeah, but thank you, Alicia, for being able to come in the morning and for sharing that. Right.
Also, for everyone's convenience, I've also just added a copy of today's schedule in the chat there, so feel free to take a look at that throughout the day today. And
thank you, Mitchell. Right, so our first film screening is Jinx. And let me just, so Jinx is a very interesting experiment from the United Kingdom, shot on Super 8 film. It was not edited, it was shot in camera with one roll of film. and no post-production. So I'm just gonna.
We need more education just on everything, and I think we need.
Is that a filmmaker speaking or is that not? So, okay, I'm gonna share my screen on that. Share sound, optimize. And Mitchell, if you can give me a thumbs up that my share screen is working successfully. Excellent, excellent. Right, this is Jinx. Right. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort out. Yes, that was. Let me just. That was Jinx. Do we have a filmmaker from the Jinx team? I don't think I noticed any kind of hands flagging up. Am I being heard by now? Yes, I think I am. I repeat, no one is obliged to speak in terms of asking questions or answering questions, but there is definitely that opportunity for whoever does. So if anyone is present from Jinx, please let me know. because I will then ask if they want to receive any questions. So I'm not seeing any hands up at the moment. So obviously, if there are any questions, they can be sent to the filmmakers at a later time. It doesn't have to be live. Yes, with no further ado, I can go to the next film. I will also mention how long the films are before we start them, just to give everybody a sense of that. And I will also mention the film beforehand to see if any filmmaker wants to raise their hand before the film starts. So if anyone from Jinx, the filmmaker is Gillian Harker, if she comes in at any point, she's welcome to put any questions into the chat box. But I haven't seen any flags up at the moment, so I am going to carry on to the next film. The next film is called The Perfect Shot. It's 1 minute, 20 seconds, and the director is Jeremy Camp. If we have anyone from that team. Oh, there you are. I can see a hand waving. Welcome, Jeremy Camp. Now, can you please just give me a thumbs up if you're happy to speak about it, or if you're happy to have questions? Yes, you are. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That's a good stuff. And I'm completely neutral about anyone who doesn't wish to do that, because I completely understand it's an intimidating, medium. But I will. I think it's best to. I will give a very brief synopsis, and for the record, I have taken all of the synopsises from Film Freeway. Some filmmakers decided to keep it to a one-liner. Some filmmakers put a long paragraph, which is absolutely fine. But with longer paragraphs, I took the liberty to shorten them up just to make sure that I didn't speak too much about the films. In the case of The Perfect Shot, it's a very, very simple one-liner. So just to introduce this film, it's from the United States. So I might assume, Jeremy, you're in the United States right now. Is that correct? Yes, yes. So actually, so a model's response from a photographer's harassment. And the concept is absolutely brilliant. Yes, so it's 1 minute 20. I will share my screen right now. Excuse my technicalities, but you got to have a sense of humor about this, because doing it on Zoom is not like anything else before. Right, almost there. Thank you all for bearing with me. Right, so I will repeat, for my ease, every film that I screen, I am going to mute myself, and I'm going to have the logo of the film festival instead of my face. But I will unmute and be seen as soon as every film finishes. But anyone can feel free. I will be around my computer all the time. So if anyone has any personal questions or direct questions for me, feel free to use my co-hosts or me at any time, and I'll be there to respond. So I'm going to share my screen now for The Perfect Shot.
Bring her in. Turn toward me? Well, not like that. Your nose looks weird. Give me a smile. Oh, no, you seem crazy. I knew we had too many carbs for breakfast. Did you send us the right sizes? The clothes seem a little...
I think we got it. Yeah. I think we got it.
Wow. Thank you very much for that. I think we can also do a kind of a little kind of applause, whether you want to do an emoji or with your hands. Let's do that for all of these films that get screened, because every single one of them has at least one thing that is very, very special about them. I mean, I can state thousands of times how difficult the choice was for the screening today. Really, really difficult. But wow, does this film speak volumes? Does anyone have any questions about the film, or shall I ask a question? I mean, if anyone does, they can, as Mitchell said, they can get onto the reactions tab, and I'll just give an example like that, so that we'll see them immediately. But if no one has, so I'm going to allow myself to ask this question. Oh, thank you for taking the hand. So obviously this was shot on 16mm film. What was, stop looking at me, it makes me nervous. Was that a choice that you made? What was the story made for the choice of format, or was it the inverted? I hope you understand the question. Was it, or was it the inverted reason?
It was a little bit of both. I had this idea in my head for a long time, just because I work in fashion, and whenever I told people that, they would say like, "Oh, like our models really stuck up," and I was honestly like, they're not, because this is the type of stuff they hear all the time, you know, especially like maybe supermodels. I haven't worked with that, but like working models, this is the type of stuff they hear all the time. So I knew I wanted to tell this story, and I have a 16mm camera, and then I went to a film festival in Washington, and this like 11-year-old shot this like masterpiece on film, and I was like, it was a matter of like choosing which story I wanted to tell on film, because I was just like, I can't believe this 11-year-old shot this amazing movie on film, and I haven't done a whole movie on film yet. So it was a little bit of mixture of both. It was like picking the story that I thought could go best with the Sin Kodak Model K I have, which is like a camera from the 20s. So.
Wow. I'm just going to add one more question, because my film festival is called Film Only Film. It doesn't imply, I mean, someone asked me, is it because you only show films, as in celluloid films? No, but I know that there are film festivals that have screenplay competitions, or that maybe they have a lot of still photography section, and I wanted to emphasize, story, and obviously, the tradition of celluloid is very important for me. I didn't receive only celluloid, obviously I received lots of digital, but the first film we screened was with Jinx. What was unique about that one is that, a bit like how I started out, not with film, but with digital, actually with tape, it was kind of edited in camera as you go. Was this edited, or was it edited in camera, or was it edited in a software, or yeah, how do you approach that?
No, we definitely edited normally. Not flatbed editing, but yeah, like on Premiere.
So when you say normal, Premiere, not Steambeck or anything like
that. No flatbedding or anything like that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I thought, how fantastic, and I was going to remind everyone of this right at the end, but I'll just, say it again. Every film will get two kinds of reviews: the written review and the and my face review on camera. But obviously I wanted to do that after the festival, because this is an opportunity to speak about them. But yeah, I was just so taken by that. So yes, thank you very much, Jeremy. What a wonderful contribution to our film festival. So yes, thank you. The next film, for everyone's record, I'm not going to keep this private. Mitchell and Tasia are keeping me on time, and I'm getting every now and then direct messages saying that's your countdown timer. It's a bit like on a TED talk. Oh, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 1 minute left. Oh, gotta hurry up, because I can talk a lot if I'm excited about something. So thank you, Mitchell, for the 1 minute notice there. The next film is How to See a Kite. And please forgive my pronunciation, which is very likely going to be incorrect. The director is Harald. I'm not sure about the surname. Sorley. I'm not sure if it's that. From Norway. Do we have Harald in the room? I'll give you a couple of seconds to give me a flag or a wave if you're here. If not, I will just do the share screen. I don't see anyone right now. So the synopsis is a 4-minute film. The synopsis is Uncle Henrik is heartbroken and his niece gets her kite broken. Can their problems be resolved in an easy or undifficult way? So for general reference, it's spoken in Norwegian with subtitles. Right, let me just get this up and running. Again, working with 2 screens is good, but not always the easiest thing to manage. Right, I'm going to share my screen now. And here we go. It's just under 4 minutes long.
Onkel Henrik, se! Nej! Den ble ødelagt.
Uff da. Det var ikke noe greit.
Kan du reparere den?
Nei.
Men dragen er min beste venn.
Dragen din beste venn. Hvis dragen er din beste venn, så kan den repareres. Skal vi se. Sånn.
Det var jo lett, da.
Ja, men noen ganger så ser ting litt vanskeligere ut enn det det er, vet du.
Nei. Noen ganger er det lettere enn det det ser ut som.
Var det ikke det jeg sa?
Nei. Hvem er din beste venn?
Ja. Jeg vet faktisk ikke lenger.
Er det ikke Maria?
Skjønner det. Det er liksom litt sånn kluss mellom oss. Litt sånn som med dragen din, på en måte.
Men er hun fortsatt din venn?
Ja, hun er fortsatt min venn.
Men hvis hun er din venn, så kan det repareres.
Ja, hvis hun fortsatt er min venn, så kan det repareres. Ja, hadde det vært så lett.
Noen ganger er det lettere enn det det ser ut som.
Vet du hva? Jeg tror jeg har fått meg en ny bestevenn, jeg.
I lost my Zoom controls. Excuse me, please. I have actually lost my Zoom controls. Mitchell, can you show my face, please? And can you unshare my screen? Because I've actually lost my Zoom control. I don't know where the panel has gone. Oh, that's gone right up to the top there, has it? Right, sorry about that. I knew something technical had to go wrong at some point, and I actually did lose my Zoom controls there. Do we have anyone from that film who is willing to put their hand up and take any questions and answer any questions? But it might be a time zone issue, which I completely understand if no one is there. I will repeat, if anyone has any specific questions about films, feel free to direct message myself, Tasia, or Mitchell, and we will have all questions sent by email.
Okay, I'm going to try this.
Oh!
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. There's a human here. How are you?
Good.
I had a bit of a problem connecting to the thing, the Zoom thing.
Right.
I'm Harold's colorist.
Oh, excellent!
So thank you
welcome,
very much
welcome.
for someone who said something nice about the color grading. Thank you. That's appreciated. I'm a little bit surprised that Harold isn't here. I thought he was going to be online, but he's not here. So you have me instead. I can tell you a little bit about his film. I know that he shot it twice. Oh no, sir, are you still there? Yeah, the battery's running out on this phone.
Right.
I know that he shot it twice because he's Norwegian. That's his daughter playing the role of the niece. I think she's great. They went to Denmark in summertime, and he shot the film. But there was I can't remember why. There was some issue, and so he went back the next year. And he thought he would finish the film and do some pickup shots. But of course, his daughter had got 1 year older, and so he had to shoot the whole thing again. But it looks, I think she's really good, so it was worth doing it. And yeah, there you go. So I'm sorry he isn't here, but I thought he was going to be. But yeah, there you go.
Maybe you can pass on some of the compliments that the film is getting, because I think it's very warmly received. And what a fascinating story. I know a little bit about having to reshoot things, and what filmmaker doesn't? Actors getting older. What filmmaker hasn't encountered that before? So, but thank you very much for that, that story.
I'm very glad to be able to speak for him, and I am very surprised that he's not here. But there you go. He gave me the link to this. I'm in Mexico City. He's in Norway.
Oh, wow.
He told me what time it was. We're all here. Where's Harold?
Excellent.
Don't know.
Well, you're very welcome, and thank you for that story. Thank you very much for that.
All right. Cheers.
Thank you. The next film in line is 8 Steps, and that is a documentary from Australia. Do we have anyone from that film present here? Sorry, the question in the chat box, is that referring to How to See a Kite? Yes. I haven't got the answer to that question.
I'm writing down all the questions so that we can email them, and then.
Fine. So Anna, if that's okay, if we can have the answer emailed and the response emailed as well, will that be okay with you? Cool. So 8 Steps. I'm going to give a quick synopsis, and if anyone from that film wants to raise their hand, they're welcome to. One of the themes of the film festival is autism. So several films that came through were on that topic, which is very important. So the film is about this young man called Masina Taulealo. He's an an autistic university student in Australia. And he talks about his experience in the education system. His parents are also in the film. They speak about the challenges they came across with Messina's schooling because the system and how the system responded to him being on the autism spectrum. So quite a powerful film. It is just under 20 minutes long. So what I suggest to do is, yeah, I'm just going to get that on. I haven't seen any raised hands or any flags. If I'm wrong about that, Mitchell can flag me on that, but I will share the screen now. As the day gets on, I will be quicker and quicker at this. And here we go.
Education in life is hard sometimes. My education kept shifting because of my condition. I'm not the only person in this kind of situation. Autistic people are being forced to conform to neurotypical standards. Sometimes neurotypicals will see us as a problem and they will try to fix us. They are forcing us to do things that we can't understand. Why would they force us to conform to their standards when we have our own way of doing stuff? Our brains may have differences, but we surely can work together. I had to face those challenges throughout my education, and throughout my childhood, I had no idea what was actually happening with me. I thought I was just like all the other children, but I also felt like all the other children saw me as different. My name is Messina Tawlet Allah. I'm 18 years old and currently doing a filmmaking course at Swinburne University of Technology. I was diagnosed with autism when I was 7, which is described as a lifetime developmental condition involving problems in social interaction, verbal and non-verbal communication difficulties, dislike of change, restricted and repetitive patterns of thought behavior, difficulty in speech, and abstract concepts. I came across challenges and adversities in the Australian education system, but I eventually got into university. I switched to another school, and switching between schools so often, and I wasn't really so sure why it was happening though. In 2006, at 4 years old, I went to Bell Street Early Learning Centre. I connected with some teachers and engaged in multiple activities.
He wouldn't listen when it was time to pack up, and there's just that he had behaviour problems and that he would have to do 3-year-old kinder again. When he saw something, he would just run straight for it. If there was anybody in the way, Messina wouldn't notice. He'd just run straight through the kids and get to the thing that he wanted. So because of that, he was labelled a danger to himself and others.
In 2007, in my prep year, my first school was Wales Street Primary, but I was only there for 2 weeks.
That initial period in Sina's schooling was just that real stress of not really knowing what to do and dealing with teachers who also didn't really know what to do. And generally what they would do with Sina, because they were dealing with largely neurotypical kids, obviously, Sina would invariably sort of just get excluded. So it was kind of stressful for us.
First 2 weeks of being in prep, he wasn't really talking, but after the first week of school, we picked him up and he just cried. He cried for the next 4 or 5 hours, and we knew something was wrong, and we talked to the teacher, and we found out that she did something specific that was just basically discrimination. So long story short, we changed schools. The principal wasn't that supportive of the situation.
Then I went to Thornbury Primary School. I had an aide who I connected with, but after half a year, she was replaced by another aide who I didn't engage with. We did do some good little activities, there was one matching game.
The teachers didn't really want, Messina was only doing 2 or 3 days. They didn't want to increase his days because of the amount of funding that he had. We struggled a lot to just get them to increase him up to 3 days and include him in things like swimming, sports and stuff like that.
I then switched to a specialist school called St. Paul's College in Kew. I liked it over there more, and in 2008 I did full-time at St. Paul's.
pretty nice. We did some like fun activities, and there was this, and I did have some aids and stuff.
It was just very welcoming and understanding, and there were other parents there. Everyone just kind of understood what was going on. I don't know, it was very, very different.
Experience with St. Paul's have been pretty good, so we generally had more faith in the specialist schools than we had in the mainstream schools, so the idea of him going full-time at a specialist school was pretty good. When we initially started to get support from St. Paul's College, that's when it started becoming easier for us, because then we found we sort of had this advocacy sort of thing going on for us, whereas whereby St. Paul's could sort of be a go-between between us and the mainstream schools.
From 2009, in grade 2, I started a dual schooling program. I went to Bell Primary School for 2 days and St. Paul's for 3 days.
Some teachers were nice to me. Dual schooling scheme like pretty good for me, and it felt like a normal schooling thing to me.
We enrolled him into grade 2, and the first meeting I had with the teachers, they just told me they put him down to grade 1. They didn't ask me, they didn't anything, they just told me they put him down a grade, even though I enrolled him in grade 2. So that was very stressful. I called an advocacy group for Autism Australia or something like that. I can't remember what they're called now. But yes, I called them and I got a lady, an advocate who I spoke to, and she said that they weren't allowed to do that.
He had one particular aide who I think annoyed him a little bit when he was in primary school. He still talks about her.
When I was like making non-verbal noises and stuff, I thought that I was actually talking like a normal person through my ears.
Echolalia, repeatedly saying words or sentences from things or other people. I used to say words from movies and TV shows. The way I was perceiving stuff, I was communicating with echolalia, but also developing my language. My vocabulary was limited to 20 words at 5 years old, but I did make some noises and thought I was talking normally.
Yes, I wasn't really aware that I was like different to everyone else, and no one had said to me that I was like different from anyone else.
In 2012, I left St. Paul's and went to Northern School for Autism, a specialist school.
He'd go to Northern Autism for 3 days and the mainstream school for 2 days, and he never really liked going to the mainstream school, and there was always sort of dramas coming up.
In 2014, I started my high school years at Fitzroy High. In my media class, I was introduced to film editing software and became interested in learning it.
In high school, he had a couple of kids who he sort of was friendly with, and I think as he got older, he sort of was able to make that choice and realize that he just didn't really like hanging out with people because he found them, and I quote, annoying.
There were school students that were a bit more extreme with their playing.
But I was still worried because, you know, you think bullying and all that kind of stuff, but he was so ready for it. He just took to high school like a fish to water. It was so great for him, and I think the school that we went to was a smaller school, and I think there was a level where we had to sort of teach his aides about Marcina and his autism. By this stage, you just kind of accept that you're always going to be educating the school a little bit about your child, because, you know, especially within the public system as well.
challenge was always there. Sometimes we were lucky to have good teachers. One teacher of note would have been Marcina's media teacher when he was in high school. Definitely he was very supportive of Sina. Marcina's always been, as he went into high school, he's a very diligent student.
I found my talent and began to develop my skills in filmmaking. In 2016, I started a YouTube channel where I made videos about my life and music videos of songs that I liked. In 2017, me and my family went to Samoa for 2 years. I did a homeschooling program called DECV. I sometimes struggled with the work and I got my mother's assistance every day.
It did feel a bit different from the going to the actual schools itself. Sometimes I was stressed out with certain assignments because they require using the internet, and in Samoa I didn't really have much internet access. The internet is very expensive over there.
I think the first 6 months were probably the hardest while we got a routine going, while I I found my feet with how to help Messina with his schoolwork. However, by the end of the first year and the second year, he was just smashing it. I think homeschool or distance ed was really good for him, just the way it's set up.
The idea of challenging Zena, and Marcina was always rose to the challenges, and he's been continuing to do that from when he was 4 years old. Your challenge is actually trying to get him to stop working rather than trying to get him to do his work. But yeah, definitely his experience with homeschooling was quite positive.
And I saw a big development in his schoolwork. His writing developed. I saw the growth in his academic areas as well, so that was cool.
But I never gave up on my confidence to get schoolwork done and pursue my interest in filmmaking. I didn't know that I was autistic until I was 10. Before then, I had no idea what was actually happening with me. I've been to a total of 8 schools, which seems like 8 steps in my education. My parents and me have been through many challenges.
Educators not really understanding autism and not really giving Marcina the opportunity to progress within a mainstream school. Teachers sort of treated Marcina as his behaviour as him being naughty, as opposed to something to do with his autism.
The teachers in special schools, they were very supportive and understanding of our needs, whereas the teachers in mainstream schooling, they were only focused on trying to teach children their style of their way of life and discipline. The children are so chill at specialist schools, but children in mainstream schools, they're like, some of the behaviors are almost out of proportion and sometimes difficult to understand.
I guess Marcina would not have known about all the, the behind the scenes sort of things that kids don't normally know about. Management at schools were often very quick to see any problems that we had as a criticism of their school, as opposed to just issues that we were having that we were trying to resolve. Management would get quite defensive of the school as opposed to trying to work out any issues that might be going on. We've really noticed in the last, say, 10 years how there has been a shift. It's maybe incremental, but there has been a shift in perception of autism now in the public schools, where it's a little bit more, they have a little bit more awareness now. Whereas 14 years ago when Marcina was first going in, it was pretty, there didn't seem on the face of it to be a lot of support. It would very much be based on individual teachers or individual schools that you got. And this isn't putting any sort of blame on schools or whatever, because I think generally they're fairly under-resourced when dealing with this sort of thing.
How my parents felt when they told me I was autistic. I wasn't really so sure. I dismissed it as a little thing about me.
We had a specialist that we would go to who diagnosed Marcina. We would see him every so often. He said a way we could explain it was calling it expert syndrome, because when you're autistic, you usually become an expert in one particular topic.
And we sort of went through it with him. Sina just took it in his stride. He didn't seem particularly fazed by it.
I didn't really know much about autism, and I didn't really know what autism actually was. I feel very happy and awesome to be on the autism spectrum because I possess these unique characteristics that some other people don't have. I now feel confident in telling people about my condition. I found media subjects much more awesome than I was being taught in Year 7. I was really engaged within the media that I was doing.
I guess we've learnt a lot. I have another child on the autism spectrum, so I'm using a lot of my experience with Marcina, with school and stuff like that for her. I feel I'm a bit of a stronger advocate I can be than what I was for Marcina. With Marcina, I was still learning a lot.
It's different for every person, so I guess you more just learn about the person that you're dealing with, because you can't really, you'll have similar traits with autistic people, but you can't, there's no one way that you can deal with autistic people, which is just the same as neurotypical people, I guess.
Going over to the university and doing the things that I'm really interested in. And also, I get to ride the train over there too. I felt like that I already know my place. I feel that my future is gonna be pretty awesome, and I'll be doing the things that I'm really interested in once I'm completed with university. But I just hope that when the pandemic is over, they'll be able to pursue my special interests much more effectively. And even though I might come across some mistakes and some challenges, this is all part of a learning process for me. I'm learning through every single big aspect of my life in university.
When I was little, I liked looking at things differently, and I was visually oriented. Right now, my unique perspective has guided me to my interests as I continue to build my skills in drawing and filmmaking. I've been through a lot in my childhood, and hopefully I can overcome challenges in the near future.
So I'm not sure if there's anyone in the room who is here to represent the film. If there isn't anyone, then any questions can be directed towards us, myself, Mitchell, Tasia, and we will forward them. I don't see any hands. Yeah, so I think it might be safe to move to the next one. Anyone, Tasia is keeping notes, so if anyone has any questions, they can put them into the chat box and then we can forward them as appropriate.
Francesco, I just wanted to, because Harold is here now from the previous film, and there was a question from Anna about what the film was shot on, and if he just wanted to speak on that really quickly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, yes, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I have actually miscalculated the hour differences between Toronto and Norway.
Not your fault, not your fault. It's complicated, but thank you for being here.
But I heard my colorist did jump in and said some words, but I could like to add something there if I could. So what do you want me to do, or do you have any questions or what?
Was there a specific question, Tasia, that was asked?
Yes, Anna had a question, and she was asking what the film was shot on.
It was shot on a GH3 camera.
Panasonic, right?
Panasonic, yes. So, and I could also say that we shot everything on the beach there without any crew. We just was just me and my daughter for the most of the time. My other daughter was helping once in a while, but we had the gears and we just pushed the button, and this was a little bit on purpose as well, because I wanted this little I wanted my daughter to feel comfortable and to have these to act naturally and not feeling that she had to impress someone or feel any pressure of anything. So, but I could like to say also that I was I'm not sure what you got out of any takeouts of what you got out of the film, but I think, you know, I saw that your film festival is a little bit you have some theme about autistic and minorities and different things, but one thing that I think is maybe be a little bit relevant here is that in my film that I wanted to show how people can have different perspectives of the world and how they see the world differently. And so in this case, it was a child, but it could have also been an autistic guy or a girl. So point was to look at how people are stuck in negative mindsets, and always some people are always seeing the problems in everything, whereas other people may see the world totally different and see positive sides and seeing challenges and opportunities instead of problems. It's about how to see if the glass is half full instead of half empty. There's a point in the film where Uncle Hendrix explains to his niece that sometimes things looks more difficult than it is, where she responds and says, I know sometimes it's easier than it looks. They're saying the exact same thing, but it's a different charge on the phrases. So in her mind, it's a more positive charge. It's a half full glass instead of a half empty glass. And I also think it was very interesting to look into how children are looking at have their mindset differently. They don't have this long life experience as we adults have, and and their minds work a little differently. They're still in development, and there are things that have other value and meaning to them, and they can maybe be more open-minded about things. So we adults tends to be sometimes we know best what's and we know what's possible and what's not possible.
But we need to listen to young people, young voices a lot more.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you've made it a very layered film, and I think the biggest challenge that I think what you achieved is you told that layered story within such a short period of time. Some feature films can't do that, and you did it within a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
That is where my hands go together for you, and what an accomplishment. So for the record, I've got my co-host Mitchell, who's flagging my time all the time. He's like, time, you're talking too much, friend. But thank you very, very much, Harald, for sharing not only your film, but that story about it. And it resonates so much, and your words are so powerful. So thank you again very much for that. In order to keep,
it was a very good film there.
Thanks.
In order to keep my host Mitchell happy, I might need to advance. The next film is a short film from the category of youth filmmakers, just on the topic of talking about young voices and hearing everyone. It's called The Lost Voices of Nature. It's a 3-minute film. Do we have Matthew in the room? Matthew Augustine, I think he's from the United States. I don't see a hands up. If he comes in, he can speak about it, but in
Hello?
In a nutshell. Hello? Sorry.
Hello, I am Madhu.
Yes. Are you
From
from
India.
this film? Are you from this film?
Death of First Life, Last Moments of Vincent van Gogh.
Right, that's going to be in a few, I was going to say minutes, in a few hours.
Okay, thanks.
If you're able to hold on until that point, we would really appreciate that, because that was a really, really good film as well. And I think some people will have questions about that.
Okay, I'll come back later.
Have you got the schedule for the timing? Are you able to convert the timing to Indian timing?
No, here it is 8:50 p.m. now. I'm going to have my lunch and will come back. I have another meeting today. So I'll be there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I thought you called my name, Madhu.
Oh, sorry. I call for Matthew. Matthew, sorry.
Okay.
It's probably the Zoom connection that modeled my words. I apologize, but it's good to know that you're here.
Okay.
So, in order just to pronounce it better, Matthew Augustine, I'm not sure if he's here. His film is 3 minutes long. It's about climate change because of human activity. The peace and harmony of nature are being threatened. It's a very visual piece. I don't see any hands up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen for that. Bear with me, please. I'm having to do this the old-fashioned way. It might not be very different if it was a live festival. Right. 3 minutes. Here we go. No, sorry. No, I'm not sharing. That's what I got to get used to this. Here we go. That's better. Am I sharing this? Good.
Can't you hear what I'm hearing? I hear the voices of nature, the beasts of the earth, the birds of the air, and the fishes in the seas sing in harmony. I hear the sounds of the earth, the sounds of the wind, the sounds of the rain, the sounds of the sky, the sounds of the birds, the majestic whale beneath the ocean waves. Isn't it beautiful that there is so much diversity of life on this planet? However, the peace and harmony of nature is being threatened. The burning of fossil fuels. Forests going up in flames. Drying of the world's fresh water sources. Leading to sea level rise and the destruction of animals' habitats, forcing them to migrate and to move away from their homes. Their voices are dying right now as we speak. It is up to us to save them before it's too late.
So, it always impresses me how young people, I think Matthew's under 18, at least he was when he shot that film, that young people are thinking about these pressing issues. I don't see his name here, so I don't think he's managed to attend. But I just felt that even if you're using archival footage, there are ways and ways to do it right. And it's not necessarily about that, it's about the message, and it's about being conscious of something. And I think that a lot of people in the world today are still not aware of how pressing the issues are within climate change and how everyone is affected and can affect it. So yeah, I just applaud, a young filmmaker like Matthew to get an editing software, camera out and just be willing to express himself in that way. So yeah, my applause to him. Again, if any questions come up for him, they can be sent. Absolutely, I agree with you, Matt. Definitely, there's evidence of passion, and like I said, when I was his age, I wasn't thinking of that kind of thing. I didn't have access to that kind of technology to tell this story. So it's just really wonderful to see young people doing that. We've got a couple more films to share before we take a break. Now, I know that the next filmmaker is present. I can see her, and I believe she's in Canada at the moment. So the next film is Polar Bear, Anna Kwan. Is that how you pronounce your surname, Kwan? Yes. So are you happy to take question answers? Your film is quite short as well. It's the same duration. It's 3 minutes long. Yes, you are happy. Okay, that's good to know. So it's very, very similar in nature to the Lost Voices of Nature. Polar Bear is described as a poet describes her encounters with a starving polar bear in the age of climate change. What Anna has done and what she's done is incredible. I mean, I couldn't be able to do. I might even have if I had a concept, I wouldn't be able to achieve that. But she just had a really nice idea, and she's made it really nice and warm and approachable for, I think, a wide range of audiences. So without further ado, I will, this is also subtitled. So for anyone who has those requirements, that is available. And excusing my fluffing around with technicalities here. But there we go. I'm going to share my screen. And this is Polar Bear.
Polar Bear. The water's cold as a hammerhead. It's liquid nitrogen and a needle at the dentist. Cold as bells that ring every Sunday in the iron air. It squeezes the breath from me like an accordion. The dark is beautiful, milky, metallic, heavy and soft as snow that lulls lost travelers to sleep. I follow the polar bear to where the ice ends. He's ahead by a body's length, his small head just above water, bony beneath the sleek fur. He looks like a dog I knew who almost died eating rat poison in Shuby Park. The muscles in her head dwindled to nothing. You could see her skull shining through. This polar bear is a bone wrapped in fur. His body has eaten itself like a seal because the seals have disappeared. It's foolish, but devoured by guilt, I want to put my arms around him and carry him. His blood speaks to mine. Why are you here? Great paws churn the water. My blood circles my organs to keep them from freezing. It has no voice. The bear's head turns to look at me, black-rimmed mouth, a mile of fangs. His bloodshot eyes see a seal. He smiles a doggy smile. My heart aches, aggrieved. I put my head in his mouth. I'm sorry, my blood chatters. The bear melts like an iceberg, the small head above water, the great body below. The sun's octopus creeps toward us. Its warm arms caress my back. My skin turns rosy and the water is on fire, dwindling to nothing but a desert littered with the bones of walrus and seal, whales and polar bears. A white harvest. I build an igloo of skulls. The sun peers through their eye holes. I sit in their shadow. Heat wraps around me and squeezes the breath from me. Why are you here? My blood asks. I'm sorry, whispers the sun.
Wow. Thank you so much, Anna, for sharing this wonderful, really powerful short film. I mean, I would like to open it up for if anyone's got any questions. I do have a question, which is, how does that, you get a concept like that? I'm not an animator. Maybe you're an animator, so you already know how to make it happen. But what was the process like? I mean, I guess, is it challenging to mix mediums in that way? And yeah, what's the process like? I'm so intrigued.
So I wrote the poem first in 2007, and I always thought if I was going to make a film or a poem, I want to start with that one. But actually, that wasn't my first poetry film. So I shoot stuff on my cell phone, my Samsung Galaxy A50, and use Photoshop and Premiere Pro to create the images and edit them together. So yeah, I'm not primarily an animator. Like I feel the animation is a bit crude, quite crude, but quite primitive in some ways. But so I'm a writer first and foremost. Yeah.
I don't know if I can really agree with crude. I think it's very pertinent, especially with the nature of the story you told and the fact that I couldn't think of a more expressive way to demonstrate a polar bear who is starving. Maybe the quality of the visuals is just perfect for that, and then the way you modeled it, it's just a perfect synchronization. So I was just obviously completely taken by the poetry and by the message behind it, but then I was thinking, if I had that concept myself, I might have to delay it until I have the right way to do it, or find the right person like you to make it come true, because it was just kind of almost unbelievable for me. But I think it was a perfect merging of technology and a really powerful message. So yeah, I mean, seriously, thank you so much for sending that in, because it touched me, and I just love seeing mixed mediums come together. It's just such a joy for me. You're welcome, and I mean, thank you. If there's anyone else who would like to ask a question in relation to the animation or to this short film or the message, you're more than welcome, and you can put it in the chat or whatever. Other than that, again, Anna, thank you so much. What a perfect and pertinent addition to our festival. It's truly a privilege to be able to screen such films, and well done on accomplishing that. So thank you.
Really appreciate being here.
Oh, I mean, it's our pleasure to have you. So so yeah, there's a message going in there. I'm not sure if it's a question or if it's a message. Yeah, I mean, abstraction is I think is a very good term to kind of describe it. And I think I could agree with that, because some of the visuals were a bit abstract, but again, with the message, it's hardly a concrete message with all different opinions that people can have of it. So yes, very well done. So moving on, before Mitchell flags me, I think I beat you to it this time. The next film is 50 minutes long. It's called Dead Boy, and this is a Canadian, Canadian documentary. And it is a slightly darker topic, but sometimes darker topics have to be, not sometimes, they have to be raised, awareness needs to be raised and a difference needs to be made. And I think film in its different forms is one of the best ways to do that. Do we have Tracy in the room or anywhere? Yes, you're waving at me. Thank you very much. I can see you. Yes. I'm so glad you were able to make it. And I hope the time zone is not too disruptive for you. Can you just confirm now, are you happy to take question and answers on the film? Yes, excellent. So what I will do is I will play the 50-minute film, and I think this will trigger a few reactions, and that is fair, but it is a very moving film, and people who are in Canada or from Canada will maybe have that additional level of empathy for it. But yeah, it's a great achievement and a really, really, really important message to be put out there. So thank you again for submitting it to us. I'm gonna share my screen and play the film. Yeah, final reminder, it's 50 minutes, 50. So I will see you guys at the other end of this film, and then we can speak to Tracy about it. So here we go. I think I'm sharing, and good, here we go.
It was just a quick trip to the city before we came back home to northern BC and settled in for the long winter. I remember coming upon you on the street, and my first thought was to leave you alone. You were sitting up, but your head was down. It's always upsetting to see someone living on the streets. I found it more upsetting that you were so young. I walked by you to get into my appointment, and I left you alone. I think I'll always remember your hair. You had such beautiful curls. I find it strange now that that's the one thing that stuck out in my mind. I remember coming out for my appointment and seeing the first responders working on you. I stood there frozen for what seemed like an eternity. I remember looking up at a first responder, and through his eyes, I knew. My world stopped. I knew that for you, there was no more shame, no more guilt, no more good days, and no more bad. They are calling it a crisis. An opioid crisis. The lethal component being fentanyl. The lethal component being the size of a few grains of salt. My thoughts weigh heavy, thinking about you and that day. That day when I stood with many others, silently and collectively praying for the first responders to somehow bring you back.
I've made my home in the darkness.
So I started doing naloxone training, which began out of helping families deal with overdoses. And people really like to take action. You know, you can talk about stuff all you want, but if you're not taking action, then it doesn't really help the same way.
lost my son Matthew to fentanyl overdose in November of 2017. And really what it came down to is talking with people. It was just amazing how many people really were unaware of what's going on and don't understand the magnitude of it. I found that there was a huge amount of shame and stigma that surrounded drug overdose. Yeah, no, you feel a little isolated.
Helping mothers deal with losing their children. There's no support there. And I mean, that ruins whole worlds. It's not just individuals affected when a woman's grieving like that. It's their entire, their entire family, the other children. Exponentially, it can do a lot of harm to not help a woman through those times in her life.
Really what it came down to is talking with people. It was just amazing how many people really were unaware of what's going on and don't understand the magnitude of it. And so my solution was to do a visual. And even myself, I had no idea how big it was going to be. I knew the numbers, and each tiny piece of yarn represents somebody who died in Canada in 2017 of overdose death. And it's approximately 100 feet long. In some countries, they start teaching the children at very young ages and do testing and just see people who are possibly at risk and build community around that. We need to break down the shame, the stigma, recognize it for the illness that it is, and start helping. And so, right now we need to not as much be proactive, but we're in the reactive stage. And, but if we don't start in the preventative stage, this problem will continue for years to come. We will never solve it. So we need to start young. We need to, as I said, break down the stigma. It's really, really important that we break that down because 88% of the people die alone in homes. So that is, what does that tell you? These people are actually, they're hiding. They're hiding the addiction. They are hiding their problems. They're hiding their mental illness and feel that they have no place to go. And for the most part, it's very difficult to get help out there. I wrote to the Vatican and Pope Francis, and to make a long story short, I was invited. With this information highway, with all the Facebook and everything else, they're just saying people are more and more disconnected than they've ever been. And we've lost community as a society, and we need to build it back up. I'm not screaming any loud messages, but I'm just giving information and hopefully doing it in an artistic way.
I think of you often. I often wonder how your mom is doing. I hope she's not too overcome with grief. There's no greater loss for a parent.
If there's something that's not working, it's our drug policy. If we were to produce, safe, regulated versions of these drugs, which we do for the healthcare system, for instance, nobody would be overdosing on fentanyl because people would be getting a known dose of the drug that they expect. And in that scenario, people don't overdose. So I'm one of the public health officers for the Vancouver Coastal Health Region, but the topic that I work on is harm reduction and addictions. There has been some questions about the kind of high levels of opioid prescriptions that we have in Canada. There's some data from the United States where the opioid prescriptions have gone up over time. So it is a bit of a question whether people are developing addiction more often in society over a longer period of time, because there are some societal factors that tend to lead to mental illness and addiction, things like inequality. So we see when societies are very unequal that there's a lot of comparison between people in society, and then we tend to see higher levels of mental illness and addiction. You know, nobody's ever died of an overdose at Insight or at any of the overdose prevention sites. So those work, but not everybody comes and uses them. So the people that don't use them, you know, they're at risk of having overdoses, particularly if they're using drugs alone, if they're using drugs behind closed doors. You know, when you have an overdose in those settings, nobody sees you have an overdose, nobody can administer naloxone, nobody can call 911, you know, there's a high chance that you'll die. So you know, we have some things that work, but they don't engage everybody. We've been trying to develop other programs like drug checking, so where people can bring samples of their drugs into a site and we'll check them using fentanyl test strips and a spectrometer, and we can let them know what we think is in the sample, and then we hope they can make decisions about how and when they should use it. You know, if it's a sample that contains carfentanil, we're hoping they'll use it at an overdose prevention site. It's not that more people are addicted or more people are using drugs. The drugs have just become more dangerous.
Some of the samples we've sent away, the cocaine wasn't cocaine, it was methamphetamine. The methamphetamine, we had one sample that was sodium sulfate, which is a cleaning product derivative, causes lung irritation. And then another sample, they had no idea what it was, and they have every compound on their database. So they've sent it away for further testing, but it's extremely toxic. Young men are another huge demographic that doesn't have help. I mean, it doesn't matter how ambitious you are and how motivated you are if the economy doesn't allow for you to have any opportunities. And that's very emasculating to men. They're not designed to be continuously asking for help. It's not our culture to encourage that. Like, it's men work and they provide, and that's what we expect of them. But there's no work for them to provide, so now we're dealing with, or the work they do to provide, and they have to stay up for 36 hours, 24 hours. They end up using drugs just to be able to make the $1,100 a day. Young men are very frustrated. They're very frustrated. Trying to be men in this world, a lot of them don't have fathers, a lot of them have no idea how to empower themselves in their lives. Yeah.
I didn't know this is where I was going to be, and I never would have dreamed that this would be the kind of, that I would be okay doing this. I've seen a lot more people that just by the nature of how sedated they are, it's really hard to talk to them. It's every day I walk down the street, I'm always given an opportunity where I got to stop and look at somebody lying on the street and to see if their chest is rising, to sometimes invade their space, to move them, to see if their lips are purple, to see if they're still around. With this fentanyl, they're more hooked. Heroin before, in like the early 2000s, it was, people got by on it, you know what I mean? Now people are just out cold, and when they wake up, they want to be out cold again. It's just really sad. It's not like how it was where you can give a heroin addict a really sugary drink, and pop them up, they'd feel better, they'd socialize. Not even those kinds of things work anymore to get them engaged, to maybe listen to the message of not just the gospel, but why isn't recovery or detox a part of your thinking? You know, it's it really takes their will away from them. The person who's using heroin could really sit down and have a conversation and have contemplation about it. You know what I mean? Really sit down and really think about it, even have complex defense mechanisms and talk about, you know, why they can't or they will or they won't or all that kind of stuff. With fentanyl, it's not like that. They're just, it's like they're anesthetized. They're ready to go. And some of them know that, and the sense of shame too about people that are using down here is they know it's suicide and they can't deny that, and that's something they don't want to talk about. Heroin is like, well, you know, it's a way of life, and I'm going to go on methadone, you know, that kind of thing. Like there's always, not with this fentanyl, people know it's the downtown east side for them. With this crisis, this is the last stop. This is for them the very last stop.
Yeah, that was something.
Somebody, the other alley over there, they brought them back fentanyl.
Yeah.
They're busy, eh?
Oh, fucking our Narcan kits, they're not, with the fentanyl stuff, you need to Narcan them 3-4 times. The kits only have 2 doses.
You know what they're going through. We've been, some of us have been there. Some of us don't have to be there to love them. We can just say, I love you. And nobody wants to see you this way. Nobody wants this for you. Nobody would ever not want to pray you out of this. Nobody would ever want to pretend that you're not, nobody would ever want to pretend that you don't exist and that you're not going through what you're going through. We want you to keep your dignity, but we got to be honest with you at the same time. We're not here to rob you of anything. These are kids with problems. That's all that we all are. We're just kids with problems, and some of them just can't understand the concept of trust. Just don't call it love, but just trust. And I go, really? I go, yes, really. I go, there's nothing in it for you, for me. I go, except for to go, I'll have a good cry, and that feels amazing. People don't understand the value of a good cry. When you don't get a reward from it, you just go, you get that breath where you're like, it's an amazing feeling. I just hope that more people will realize that sometimes it's reward in itself, is to know that somebody's kid has another day.
I really wanted to create a space where people can help each other, and we can still deal with the liability and the accountability and all the paperwork the imperialistic society expects us to document things, right? So we take care of that and recognize the value in people helping each other however they can. I don't need to give someone permission to go hand out socks. I'll give them socks. It's not up to me to just, well, have you been trained in how to deal with people that you're giving these socks to? You know, like, it's ridiculous. So I wanted to make that space where anybody could be like, hey, I want to help, how can I help? Without being shut down.
Is it alright if I stay today? Is it alright if I
Sorry for all last night. We're sitting in the car. Gonna show you what it's like outside where we have a fire on Friday nights. We've got sandwiches, chili, hot chocolate, and a trunk full of gloves, toques, mitts, blankets. We gave out 5 hot meals tonight. That's how many people come out in the cold or are out in the cold. Nice, yes. Okay. This is Krista. Say hi. And this is the riverbank. And that's another piece when we're doing outreach. We don't regulate anything. We get donations and I bring them down and we eat too because we're hungry and we qualify as needing assistance, you know.
Is it alright if I decide but change my mind? Is that okay?
In northern BC, we do have many of the same, or have tried to implement many of the same services as our counterparts in other health authorities. So we do have, core services that have been set out to us from the province. So that includes naloxone programs. That includes overdose prevention services, which have, drug checking services, observed consumption services. So we do try to align the work happening here with other regions, but in the north it's much different. So we have probably the largest chunk of the province is ours to sort of oversee and support. And within that area, we have very diverse communities. We have, we're really fortunate to have a lot of partnering First Nations communities. But most of those communities are rural remote. And so access and how that work translates to those communities in comparison to downtown Vancouver is very different. It looks very different. Well, in the north and in rural communities, which most of the north is comprised of, there's huge, there's a lot more stigma that exists and a lot more isolation already. And I think what happened when COVID-19 came into play in our small communities was the two messages of, the message of overdose response and the message of COVID-19 really hit heads. So we have been for years really promoting this idea of caring communities. So looking after one another, getting naloxone, staying with your friends, always, checking up on people, never using alone. These are so important for saving lives. And then when COVID-19 kind of came on the scene, we started saying, stay away from people, stay home, don't be around people, all of a sudden creating a further kind of layer of isolation on top of already really isolated people. And so it created an environment where people were sort of cut off from regular support systems that they had. People were leery to respond to overdose, so that was a huge concern and something that, regular Good Samaritans were now very afraid to provide mouth-to-mouth, rescue breaths to someone because they were afraid of COVID-19. So there was a lot of issues that we faced in the north and I think across the province, but in the north I just feel like it's more pronounced because we have sort of these tinier communities, and in some ways they are more protective because we tend to look after each other, but there's more stigma towards people who use drugs.
Hoping our names will somehow appear, and there be a scream that screams to the air. So I see raging inside me. I rest my feet and lay my stubborn knees. I know
especially this year with COVID and overdose, I have found myself circling the drain a lot, where I think we're never going to get out of this. This is never going to get better. We've done, like, we're doing everything we can, and still we're losing people, and there's so much grief, and we can't come together and grieve because of COVID. There's so much happening. But I also think that we have come so far. When I started street nursing, I couldn't get naloxone in the hands of people. It was so difficult. There was so much stigma, even within the medical community, and it was so regulated that I needed a doctor's prescription to even hand it to someone, and I would lose people, and I struggled, and there was, people, we could hardly get harm reduction supplies out to them. There was no outreach. I was the only person, and same with the nurse before me. So when I think about actually how naloxone has become a really common thing that lots of people just carry in their purse just in case, it's basically first aid now. I think about, okay, we actually have come, like, we're actually having conversations about decriminalization. 4 years ago, that wasn't even on the table at the overdose exchange that I went to in BC. We didn't even talk about it. We kind of traipsed around it like a big elephant in the room. And now we're actually, like, people are talking about it. So I can't say that the overdose, like, I don't want to say there's a silver lining, because it's been awful. It's been heartbreaking, and the loss has been incredible. But I do think that there's just small wins that we've made that kind of help keep the hope alive. And we have, peers, people with lived experience now at tables where they should have always been, using their voice to help create change in policy and, manuals and safe supply best practices. Like, to me, that wasn't around years ago. So I think that we have to kind of keep track of, like, the small wins versus, I would love it if tomorrow I woke up and read the news line and said, safe supply. I couldn't, like, it would be such a huge celebration and such a big win, but slowly but surely we're kind of making these small little wins. And even COVID, again, has pushed us to do the same. So we were creating housing sites for people and looking at housing and how we could get people to self-isolate and support them to be able to self-isolate through providing housing, and then safe supply as well, so they could be successful in it. I mean, that's something that we would have never possibly ever thought of doing in the past, and now it's something that we have done, and we have a procedure in place now to do it. So I think there's little things that we need to remind ourselves to kind of keep our glass a little fuller, because we have come a far way. I know it because I've been working in the field long enough to go, yeah, remember back then in 2013 when I couldn't even get naloxone to the people that needed it? Now it's like I have 30 kits in my car that are going down the road like this week to go to some of the peers doing outreach. So it's crazy. I carry one with me everywhere I go. It's awesome, actually.
Like, we had a young man, well, he's not young, he's 36 now, but he came in one night and he said, I've been on the streets since I was 10 years old, and I have never felt comfortable like this, ever, at any kind of outreach event or programming or, whatever initiative. And he was like, just wanted to let you know that I've spent a lot of time on the streets and I've never felt comfortable. And it was like, well, that's nice.
Test. There would have been a stripe here.
I've made this flag in honor of the young man who died in 2019. He inspired this documentary.
It doesn't matter where you work, the car you drive, how much money you make, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, overdose, all of that, it affects us all. So we need to stand as a community and fix this problem. It takes a whole community to raise a kid. Remember that.
Hello?
So as a man of a follower of the Red Road, you acquire it. You don't get it yourself. It's given to you. The feather is power. The eagle is power. So what I do is I'll smudge my eye twice, my ear twice, my nose twice, my mouth, and then I'll sweep everything once. And we believe it'll protect us from any negativity or evil spirit. Somebody recovering from drugs and alcohol and grievance, where they try to fix themselves by, like me, fixing this feather. You care for yourself as you care for the feather. It's up to the abuser to quit, to seek that help. The only thing we could do is be there for them.
There has to be a stopping point. You can't just continue to use. You'll die. It doesn't matter what drug you're using, eventually you're going to die.
There goes the devil, telling me to lie again. Puts his arm around me, says it's alright to pretend that you can get more than you give. And he wears a red.
I was born addicted. My mom was a heroin addict. She started running drugs at a very early age. All I knew was addiction my whole life. Alcohol, drugs. I started running drugs at age 14. When I was down here 7 years ago after I relapsed, the pivotal moment was the breaking of that bondage that was upon me again. I had a lot of people praying for me and coming alongside me and even coming down here to visit me and say, hey Richard, you don't have to be down here anymore, you can come home. I used with one of my past residents, and I knew that was a bottom for me because I hadn't used with any of the guys that had come through the program and seen me in a different light. We go from literally intake, that's guys that are 72 hours clean. That's because of our licensing. Come to us from various different walks. They come to us usually directly right off the streets. Most of the people on the streets know of us because we are a program that teaches integrity. We take guys from the streets, give them new hope, separate them for at least the first 30 days. They go up to our intake facility, which is the creek. They're up there, it's 45 kilometers up in the bush away from all the lights, all the sounds, all the whistles, all the bells, all the things, all the internet, all that kind of stuff. Just them and God. There has to be a heart transformation. There has to be something that is bigger than yourself. Even the 12 Steps Alcoholics Anonymous says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. If there isn't that power greater than ourselves, that's greater than all the Alcoholics Anonymous, NA, that's greater than all of humanity, has to come into your heart. There has to be something bigger than yourself that can lead you and give you that hope. Without hope, there's only destitution, and with destitution, there's just brokenness. That transformation of that heart of stone and that heart of flesh, when he gives you the heart to help other people, to care for other people, to outreach to other people, that's when you only keep what you have by giving it away. Our sobriety is only for today. It's only God's grace that's today. And as we give away what we've been given ourselves to reaching out to that person that's still hungry, homeless, destitute, it helps you because it helps them. And we continue to spread that love of Christ throughout the community and throughout the world. And that's where that change begins. There has to be something more than just us. We all are spiritual, and outside of ourselves, we need a Savior. And without that Savior, there can be no transformation.
I'm coming out here, serving my purpose within the parameters of my employment, and arresting these kids, throwing them through the criminal justice system, coming back to my locker at the end of shift, taking off my uniform, going home. I'm not supposed to feel good about that. As a matter of fact, I need that sense of internal satisfaction that comes with actually making a legitimate difference in someone else's life. I was noticing a steady increase in proliferation of youth entering that drug and gang lifestyle. And it bothered me because we would be apprehending these kids and throwing them through the criminal justice system. And they'd be grinded and spewed out on the other end to YDC, Youth Detention Center, and to come back out as hardened criminals to re-engage in that perpetual cycle of violence. And as an officer wearing a uniform, I mean, obviously there's that moral and social obligation to preserve society and protect fundamental values. But isn't part of that fundamental value also protecting these children, providing them good guidance and mentorship, and giving them good direction so that they wouldn't be heading down this path or trajectory in the first place? I approached my department senior management and asked to secure some nominal funding so I could start some programs on my own time in the downtown east side for inner city kids. And I remember the first program that I started was a one-day soccer tournament for about 150 inner city kids, free of cost. I brought out medals, trophies, certificates, water bottles, food. Like, we made it a full-out fun event for these kids. Myself and a couple of other officers went on our day off. And we set the field up with the cones, the nets, set up all the trophies, the plaques, the certificates. It gave these kids a chance to be kids again. And so in that respect, over the course of 8 years, that program grew exponentially because the police department and the Vancouver School Board began to recognize its value. And the program grew exponentially, so much so that I went from 150 kids at Strathcona Park, and over the course of 8 years, that we ended up leasing BC Place Stadium with over 2,000 kids, absolutely free of cost. And we still continue that program till today. There was a little boy walking on the beach, and the tide had receded early, and there's millions of starfish that were dying on the sand. And this little boy that was walking on the beach would pick up one starfish at a time and put it back in the water. Walking in the opposite direction towards him was an elderly gentleman, looking at the boy, shaking his head and thinking to himself, there's a million starfish dying around you, and you're picking up one at a time and putting them back in the ocean. How many do you think you're going to save? What difference do you think it makes? So as that old man approached that little boy, he grabbed the little boy by the shoulder and told him to look around, showed him all the dying starfish, and said those exact words to him. How many do you think you're going to save? What difference do you think it makes? In response, that little boy picked up a starfish and put it back in the ocean and said, ask that starfish what difference it makes.
First and foremost, at this point, I'm a bereaved mother. I am an advocate for drug policy reform in Canada. I am a shoulder to cry on for many, many, many mums and families who are struggling, either have lost a loved one or are struggling with a loved one in drug use, problematic drug use. I am a spokesperson for Moms Stop the Harm and co-founder of that group. And I also am a person who lives in the woods and likes it that way. Well, I lost my son, my only child, in February 2014. Still is pretty hard. I mean, people who lose their kids can, it softens over. It's been almost 7 years now, and I still, there's days that I can't even lift my head, but most days I go, I'm fine. And in fact, this is why I do this work. First of all, it feels like we're helping, and we are, and it feels like I'm doing something for my son who's not here. And it feels like we're bringing some peace and consolation to the folks who have lost people. Moms Stop the Harm is a nonprofit, not-for-profit organization nationally in Canada. We started, 3 of us who had similarly lost our sons to drug harms, started Mom Stop the Harm in, I think it was in early 2016, because we, essentially at the ground level, we just didn't want any other families to have to lose a loved one, lose a child specifically to drug harms. One thing we know for sure, and we who are sort of in leadership or advocating strongly within our organization say is a dead person will never recover. So first and foremost on our list of what to do is to keep people alive. And organically what we found is through this particular closed Facebook page, we actually have 3 of them, one for siblings, one for folks who have a loved one still struggling, and then one for a general. So in the general one, or in the affinity group for the folks who have a loved one still with them, occasionally what will happen, and we're actually attending to this in a more formal way now, is somebody, say a mom is in Toronto and their son is on the street in Vancouver and gets arrested. And she can't be there for him. Is there anybody around that could go connect? Or their child has overdosed and is in the ER at St. Paul's in Vancouver. Could somebody go advocate for that person? Or I can't find my child. I haven't heard from him or her for 2 weeks. And so what we have just, we don't know what we're doing, so we just do it. We just tell the membership, ask the membership, is there anybody out there that could do this work? And somebody always can. When folks ask us or tell us that they haven't seen or heard from their loved one, we will phone up, say, Insight or, different organizations in Vancouver and send a picture and say, if you see this person, could you just let me know, yes or no? We don't invade privacy, but moms and dads need to know if their child is alive or not. If it were to be that drugs could be obtained in a legal, safe, regulated way, then people, it wouldn't be perfect, but people would take advantage of it. Now that's a tall order, but we also know it'll save lives every single day.
Sometimes an absurd problem demands a solution that seems absurd. Crises that affect the entire community need the entire community to come together and work towards a solution. Time has passed since I walked by you that day, and I have learned so much since then. You deserved better. I can do better.
I know you know just where to go from here. Oh, tell me where'd you go, my friend? Oh, tell me where you went. Tell me where'd you go, my friend? 'Cause I don't know, my friend, know where to go from here. Hey, where are you now? Did you find your way somehow? Did you find a way to ease your pain? Is it better for you this way? Hey, where did you go? I wanna show you this note, 'cause I know you know just where to go from here.
Right.
Tell me where'd you go, my friend? Tell me where you went. Tell me where'd you go, my friend?
Let me just stop sharing. I have literal goosebumps. This isn't the first time I've seen this film, and it's given me a very similar reaction to the first time, and that means that it's a very powerful film indeed. So thank you very much for sharing it. It's I'm almost speechless. Yeah, because it's very layered and very deep. I would like to see if anyone has got any questions, but you know, in the ground level of it, we could start the very basics of a short conversation by me asking. I mean, it seems very. You put so much into this, and it almost seems that you had an immediate conviction to say this is something that needs to be told. Is that the case, or did it take you a while to think, should I make a film about this? Is it going to be too challenging? Is it going to be emotionally challenging, physically challenging, technically challenging? Was it a quick thing, or was it a timely process?
It was very quick. I wrote it in the hotel room the very night that it happened, as I couldn't sleep. So by 5 a.m., we were pulling out to head back home up to the north here. I had written it. And it was all those things and then some.
How did you find the process of approaching people about this? But obviously there are, you know, numerous happier resolutions that come from most people. But I can almost imagine that when approaching someone saying, do you want to be a part of this documentary and do you want to speak about yourself? Some people might have, you know, different reactions. They might not be so open to that. Did you find it was quite a smooth process in getting the information for the film?
I thought the very same thing. I thought this is not going to be easy. And I was actually really surprised at the level of, what do you want to know? I knew nothing. And I was really, really impressed with the fact that everybody on the cast stopped, and I could have done so much more, but as you can see, it's 50 minutes long. Yeah, it was amazing. People want to talk about this. People should be talking about this.
How long did it overall take you to go from that concept to delivery?
2 years.
2 years.
I believe it was 2 years.
Wow. Wow.
I'm sorry, my stomach is rumbling, I hope.
I didn't hear anything. I'm just kind of.
I need to eat some breakfast.
Absolutely. Before you go, I know that this time zone thing is complicated, but what a powerful film, and I think you made a major difference by being here to, answer those questions, because just watching a film like that, it's not easy just to leave it without having any clarifications. I think you provided that. So thank you for being open, and thank you for sharing the film overall. I'm truly moved by it. So well done, and thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing our voices collectively. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Enjoy your day. Have a good breakfast.
Thank you.
Wow. I have honestly got goosebumps. So I would like to share one more film before going in for a, well, actually, depending on what schedule I go for. Mitchell?
Francesco.
On the schedule, I had, I think, a bit of an interval right now before doing the Women in Resistance film. Shall we do a casual thing, or shall we set a time? Is it kind of who wants to go for a break goes, and what do you think is best?
To have a break, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I propose. I mean, right now it's 11:30. I proposed 11:45 to start the next film, but we could just start it now. I mean, I don't really mind.
Yeah, let's give everyone a little break there, and then
sure thing.
It'll give them time to take a short break there, and then
I will keep my link open. Yeah.
The next film after that is also a feature as well.
Film.
So
yes.
So we have a few minutes there. So
yeah. So let's say we'll kick off at Canadian timing. Shall we say 11:45?
Sounds good.
It gives about 10 minutes, and I'm going to keep I'm going to take off the camera. I'm going to keep everything running. All right. So see you in 10 minutes, everyone.
Great work, everyone. We'll see you guys soon.
Good to see you're still here. Oh, she's back. She's back. That's cool. Right. I think we're almost at time. So what I'll do is I'll introduce this film. Okay, my pronunciation is not going to be perfect, but I'm going to give it my best shot. So I don't speak Spanish, which I think is the original language of this, but entre Puerto Rico y Richmond, women in resistance shall not be moved. Another very, very powerful visual film. It's a film that combines dance film, biography, poetry, ritual, energy of live performance, to bridge stories of resistance and liberation between Puerto Rico and Richmond, honoring Black women tobacco workers. So yeah, I think anyone who has an eye for cinematography or as a photographer will really appreciate this film. So now we're at 45. So I am going to, if I'm not mistaken, Alicia is with us. Yeah. And you're happy to speak about this film, question answer afterwards, if you can hear me. Oh yeah, excellent, good. In the chat box, cool. So 17 minutes, and please bear with me with my technical elements. Right. I'm almost there. All right, so you should have a screen there. And here we go.
We sat right there, de-stemming tobacco leaves by hand. That pungent smell of tobacco leaves. Clouds of tobacco dust coated the air, and our lungs made us cough, choke, difficult to breathe. Strike! 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 There Despierta, borinqueña, que han dado la señal. Despierta de ese sueño, que es hora de luchar. A ese llamar patriótico, no arde tu corazón. Ven, no será simpático el ruido del cañón. Nosotras queremos la libertad, nuestros machetes nos la darán. Vámonos, borinqueñas, vámonos ya, que nos espera ansiosa, ansiosa la libertad, la libertad, la libertad, la libertad, la libertad.
Soy Dominga de la Cruz Becerril, an Afro-Puerto Rican woman, nacionalista, activista, lectora de tabaquería, rebelde, atrevida, luchadora. Amo mi patria. I love poetry. La batalla de resistencia vive en mí. Soy Luisa Capetillo, feminista, labor union activist, creyente del anarcocomunismo, fearless leader, lectora de tabaquería. Creo en el amor libre. Amo la madre tierra y la naturaleza eterna. Defiendo la autonomía e igualdad de las mujeres. Trabajaba todos los días hasta la medianoche y aún así no ganaba lo suficiente para cubrir nuestras necesidades básicas. My daughters starved to death. And I became líder del Partido Nacionalista, junto a Pedro Albizu Campos. La masacre de Ponce. Los vi. Tendidos a mis pies. Todos mis compañeros con sus vientres abiertos. March 21, 1937. I dodged bullets to rescue the Puerto Rican flag. Thank you to the 12-year-old boy who gave me flowers. Toma estas, Dominga, porque a tus hijos te los mataron en Ponce. Desafío las tradiciones sociales. Me arrestaron por usar pantalones en público. No temo nada. The U.S. invades Puerto Rico, July 25th, 1898. I was 20 years old, a witness of colonial power. I organized the largest strike in Puerto Rico's history. Lucho por la emancipación de las mujeres. This planet belongs to all of us and is not the privilege of only a few. Despierta, borinqueña, que han dado la señal. Despierta de ese sueño, que es hora de luchar.
Despierta, borinqueña, que han dado la señal. Despierta de ese simpático, el ruido del cañón. Nosotras queremos la libertad, nuestros machetes nos la darán. La libertad, la libertad. La libertad we shall not be. La libertad moved. La libertad we shall not be. La libertad moved.
Right. Wow. What a moving film. Do we still have Alicia with us?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. I'm looking at the gallery view so I can see so many different boxes. I mean, seriously, what a great combination of, past and present it's a visual. I mean, it's a hard topic again, but it's a visual feast. I was just so taken by the visuals of it. You've created something so simple out of the complexities of what it really is, and that I applaud you. I just want to dive in and ask you a couple of, I guess, more technical questions that are related to the visuals that you've accomplished. I think I've got kind of there are two questions. I don't know if you can answer them together or if you do two separate answers. But one thing is that you managed to create such a dynamic, you accompany the dance with such dynamic camera work, and part of me was thinking, well, she could have used multiple cameras, or she could have done multiple takes. But then I was thinking, I'm looking outside the main door, and I'm thinking, unless you got a massive light that you rented from Ari, that must have been natural light. So surely weren't you tight with twilight timing? So how did everything come together so perfectly?
Thank you. Yeah, the first thing that I'll say is that this was a highly collaborative project. And so my eye is really as a dance artist. And so and really the overall, conceptual person, right, of all the research that took place and all the elements coming together, working with interdisciplinary artists. And I relied a great deal in the producer, David Riley, and editor, and then Departure Films, which was the film company that we worked with. So in terms of the highly technical stuff of the actual cinematography, I am not the right person, but it is natural light. It is all natural light. It was filmed in one day. So we filmed about 2 hours of footage and brought it down to the 17 minutes. And so, yes, our timing was completely tied to the day and not knowing what that day was going to be like also. So it was a little darker than when we had seen it earlier in location. So we had to actually open up some places in the already, falling apart place. It was being literally taken down. This was the last warehouse standing. So as we were filming, they were digging other warehouses out, literally as we were filming. And that warehouse that you see the film was not there the next morning. It was gone by the next morning. So we did have to open some spaces to bring in more light and kind of run through the last few takes for the drone at the end to get the last light that we could get for that one. But we did have 2 cameras. And so we did, I would say the most we really did was 2, perhaps 3 takes of one of the scenes, but everything else was pretty much done in the moment. We did, of course, talk a great deal about how the camera was going to move, and we did prep some of that, things that were circular with the running around as the performance was taking place. But that was 1 take, and then a few close-ups that we repeated. In terms of the movement, these are what I call choreographic structures, in which there's a lot of improvisation. So it was impossible to get the same take twice, right? So what we could get was an approximation to the ideas that were very designed, right? The ideas were very designed and very crafted beforehand. But yeah, that was...
I mean, part of the real magic of talented filmmakers like yourself is how do you show something so simple when it's so complicated to do. And I think every filmmaker in this room will agree that you can have the simplest concept in the world. Good luck with making it a simple shoot. It's not going to happen. Everything has, challenges, whether it's daylight, whether it's weather, whether it's whatever, batteries on the camera, everything is a challenge. And it's credit to, resilient filmmakers who have a strong story to tell, a bit of luck. But mainly the skill of the craft to make all that effort look invisible. Wow. I mean, I'm completely blown away. It's such a dynamic film. Just beautiful. just beautiful. Yeah,
Thank
there's a comment there, you know, wonderfully sophisticated sound, you know, complement the rich visuals. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. And that was, you know, we worked with a percussionist composer, and what we hear is a mix of some of the recorded stuff that he did, but a lot of live performance as we were shooting, right?
Wow.
And the relationship between movement and sound is completely organic, right?
I noticed that. I noticed that there was a movement, and then there was I think a louder drum roll, and then the sun flare coming through the door. And I'm thinking, well, that could have been just luck, or it could have been timed, or a combination. Wow. Yeah. Oh gosh, Mitchell. Sorry. Time. I mean, seriously, Alicia, thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
What
And
a
it's an
powerful
honor to
film.
be here.
It's our privilege to have you.
Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome.
Thank you. Very honored.
So the next film is a feature-length film, 90 minutes. It's the only 90-minute film that that made it into the screening schedule. It's called Water Like Fire. It's from Hawaii. Just such a touching film, directed by okay, my pronunciation again, forgive me. I think it's Mitchell Vierne. I'm not sure if Mitchell is in the gallery with us. If you are, you can sort of put a hand up or whatever. It's a very touching film about two siblings and the courage to walk through fire until you find peace. So it's a very symbolical film, very moving. There are some darker elements to the film, but it I'm not going to spoil the end. That'll be for you guys to watch. So yes, I am going to share my screen on that right now. But yeah, 90 minutes, 1 hour and a half. And let me just get the technical side sorted out. So that should be it. I'm almost there. Okay. Enjoy Water Like Fire.
I miss Saturdays with you, Mom. I miss the smell of your peanut butter pancakes right before Dad would take me out. I'll catch a big one for you today, Dad. Don't worry, Mom. I'll stay safe. I love you guys.
Hey, how's it, Chanel?
How's it, Uncle?
Kinda late, though. Everyone's hitting in already.
I had some stuff to take care of this morning.
You went to see Mom and Dad.
How is it out there?
Ah, it's flat. Not much going on. It'd be better at Queens if you head over now.
Nah. I've got a good feeling today.
absolutely terrible. There were so many people, everyone was so demanding.
Wait, so who's working behind the bar then?
Well, okay, so we called Mitch in, but you know how he gets, so frickin' demanding and micromanaging everybody. We would have been fine, honestly, if it weren't for that 10-person party that came in literally out of nowhere.
Oh God, Cody must have loved that.
I'm sure I heard him crying in the kitchen.
Well, Chris could have called me. I would have come in.
No, he wouldn't. He knows how important this time of year is for you. It's like the only time you ever request off anyway. How are you doing, by the way?
I'm alright. Just another year, you know?
Have you heard from your brother at all lately?
Nope.
Well, listen, my cousin is having a few people over at her place tonight. You should come. I invited the other girls.
Thanks, but I've got some stuff around the house I should take care of.
Yeah, you're such a bad liar.
What's a few people?
Just come. It's gonna be super chill. It's gonna be great.
Hi, do you know where Candace is? Never mind. Hi, sorry, do you know if Candace is here?
Yeah, I think she's inside.
Okay, thanks.
That name. Oh my god, that name. Oh my god, she would so have that. Ugh. Hey, you're here!
Yeah, I texted you.
Do you call this super chill? This is super chill.
Right.
Hey, Crystal, this is my friend Chanel.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is her house.
Yeah. Oh, thank
Just
you
a
for
little,
having me.
you know, get together.
A little.
A little.
This is fun.
But now you're here and you're gonna let loose. Actually, a lot of fun.
No, thank you.
Yes, you are. You are. Gonna
Actually,
have fun.
maybe I should take this with you.
You should. No. Give it back.
I was on my way to work, and this crackhead walks on. He was so stiff. I almost walked off.
Dude, that's nasty, man. Guaranteed homeless.
Probably. He was tweaking out in the back. But sorry, I didn't do anything about it. I couldn't stop staring at him.
Wait, my friend told me that there's like a bill or something that if you stink, you can't get on.
Yeah, it's to prevent all the homeless people from getting on. But he got on and was tweaking out in the back.
That's gross.
Even when they leave, it just stays there. It just lingers.
Hey. Sorry. I was
Oh,
getting a
sorry.
drink. I'm Josh, by the way.
Sorry.
Josh, that's my name.
Oh, hi. I'm Chanel.
Oh, nice to meet you. You from here?
Yeah, you?
From SoCal, but I'm just here for school.
Cool.
Yeah, I feel like I totally fit in here. The waves here are great.
Oh, you surf?
Oh yeah, of course, all the time.
Yeah, I was out at Ala Moana this morning, but I really like going out to Pilau Bay when I can. You ever been there?
Oh yeah, I always hit up that spot. We should go sometime.
You know what? I think that's a great idea.
Hey, Chanel. Hey, hi. I've been looking for you. Hey, Candace isn't feeling too well, and we should go check on her. Okay, let's go.
Well, nice to meet you guys. Nancy, where's Pilau Bay?
Baby, no more Pilau Bay. You look like you can eat. Come, we go eat.
I think so. We'll see.
Well, that's
how it
good. You
goes.
deserve it, definitely. Hey, how are you? Crystal, this is Carson. Hey, wait, where's Cassie? Could she not make it?
Well, she said she didn't want to come out late because she's opening early tomorrow.
Whatever.
How was that? I heard that you guys had a huge party booked.
Oh my god, did you tell her?
I was waiting for you.
Okay. So, do you remember that one customer that came in like a week ago? You know, the one that you said was so horrible.
Oh. Yeah. He literally left me a gift card as a tip with $2 on it. Okay, so he came back yesterday and Carson had his table.
Yeah, guess who he asked for? You. He just said the service was so great. He kept going on and on and on about how the rest of us were inadequate.
I come over to refill his water and he goes, you know, Chanel always gives me the right amount of ice. And I was just like,
You just know him so well.
I was about to lick his spoon. I was about to seriously like.
Oh, hey, somebody had a late night last
Shut up, Cody.
Okay.
Shut up, Cody.
I literally didn't even say anything. Oh, you must have gone too, huh? Looks like you guys had fun. I must have missed my invite. Maybe a text? Okay, next time. All right.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Candace.
Morning, boss. More coffee?
Yes, please. You know, you don't have to call me boss.
Yes, boss.
No, really.
Yeah.
All right, are we all finished here? Would you like a few more minutes? Okay, I'll be right back to check.
Chanel, Rick can't work this afternoon. I hate to ask.
I'll cover him.
Best.
Go for it. Somebody sent it back. It wasn't vegan, apparently.
Thanks.
Hello? Yes, speaking.
Excuse me, ma'am. 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 Dr. Morris?
Excuse me, ma'am. May I help you? Ma'am,
Is he okay?
Are you family?
His sister.
We have done an MRI and a CT. Right now, all we know is that he's got some broken ribs, a fractured tibia, and some slight bleeding in the brain. Luckily, his spinal cord did not suffer any injuries. He is unconscious at the moment, but if it was a hit and run as we suspect, I'd say he's lucky to be alive. Even though he may look okay on the surface. But we would like to ask you a few questions. We found some abnormalities in his blood work. Are you all right?
May I see him?
It would really help us out a lot if you could answer a few questions about your brother.
Please.
All right. When you're ready, I'll be in the room just down the hall.
Hey. It's been a while since we talked, huh? I don't know what to say, Caleb. I mean, I want to help you, but you just don't want to help yourself. You're always ending up in here for one reason or another. But it looks like this time it could be. It looks like it could be for good. Please. Please. Be okay. You're the only family that's left.
Caleb. Caleb. Caleb, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Caleb, look at me. Look at me. Look at me, Caleb. Look at me. Caleb, look at me. Caleb. Look at me.
Ed, this look like bed and breakfast to you? Move! Wait, you got rocks in your head? Freaking ice heads.
Come sit here next to me.
Why?
Please, Caleb. Please.
What?
I told you I wouldn't support you if you continue this behavior.
I mean, your neighbor looked like she was about to call the cops.
Could you not find the key?
We had like 10 different pots outside. How was I supposed to know which one it was under? Cody packed you something extra from the kitchen. You okay?
I'm just so tired of all of this. And then on top of that, all of the what ifs.
You can't think like that. There isn't anything that you could have done.
I thought that too. I got so used to this being normal. I would think he needs to hit a point just low enough for him to finally realize things. I'd even wish for it. Something to just wake him up. I need to be here. That's all I know right now.
Hey, Caleb, wanna play? No, Chanel, you always play that game. was being lame. He won't play with me anymore.
You know, Chanel, you can't make someone do something that they don't want to do.
I know. Hospital food, right?
Boss? Oh shoot, with all this happening,
Candace and the others told me what happened. This is for you.
Thank you.
How's he doing?
He hasn't woken up yet.
How long is he gonna be here?
I don't know.
Now, Ricky didn't show up again. I had to let him go. You know when I can expect you back?
I don't.
Listen, Chanel. Your brother screwed up your family. He broke your mother's heart. He screwed up his own life. Don't let him screw up yours too.
Mom? Dad? I need your help now. Please, just help Caleb. Help us get out of this. I don't know if I'll keep my job. I don't know if he'll move in with me. I don't know where my life will be 2 weeks from now. I just feel so lost. Just show me the way. Tell me what to do. Visit me in my dreams. Something. I just need a sign.
And I work for free, man. Yeah.
The price is reasonable.
$7. Get the curry.
No, it's one burger.
Oh, chunky one.
Okay, Dad. Okay. You know what? If you make it out of this, we're going surfing. And no fighting it this time. You need something to focus on. Some kind of therapy. I think surfing is the best therapy there is. When you're out there, you just don't need anything else in the world. When the sun hits the water just right, you catch that perfect wave. You're gliding on that sea of gold. You open your eyes, the water, it just ignites. For a moment, you're in heaven. There's no other way to describe it.
What a fucking poet. Oh, hey, Ribs.
Sorry, are you okay? How do you feel? How many fingers am I holding up?
Shan, I don't know. How many fingers do you see?
Rude.
Hey, thanks for coming.
I'm just glad you're okay.
Well, I mean, as far as getting hit by a car goes, man, I tell you, I think I took that one like a champ.
Yeah. But you're still a wreck yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Why don't you come stay with me when you get out of here? I'll help you get back on your feet.
Shan, look, honestly, I just don't think there's any hope left for me.
All you have to do is get away from that terrible environment and let me help.
Okay, look, I'll think about it, all right?
What's wrong?
Hey, listen, you think you can give me something for the pain or anything like that?
I'm really sorry. Your doctor said something showed up on your blood work. Unfortunately, we just can't give you any kind of drugs right now. We don't know how they're going to react with whatever you've been using.
Shit, man.
I'm sorry. Hang in there. I don't know if I can do anything else.
Shit, I swear to God, if you say I told you so, I'm just gonna...
No. I won't add insult to injury.
Shan, no. Oh man, okay, how do I say this? It's just that I've been through withdrawals before. And I can already feel one coming on pretty strong. And let me tell you, the next few days, it ain't gonna be pretty. So I'm telling you right now, maybe it's best if you just leave.
No.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not leaving you.
Sis, listen, you don't know
I've
what's...
left you alone long enough. This time, I'm not leaving you until you're better. Whether you like it or not.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so remember that one time we caught that huge wave that you
Get out of that scratch on you. That's a pretty accurate word,
Caleb,
Hey, fuck off, Chanel.
what the hell do you think you're doing?
Can't you get off?
Caleb, don't do this.
Say fuck off! I can't do this.
Hey, we can do this. We can do this, Caleb. You're okay. You're okay.
Caleb, look at me. Look at me. Look at me, Caleb. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We can do this together. If you want to. Come home. Just come home. Caleb, look at me. Do it for Mom. Okay? Let's do it for Mom. Okay?
Hey, sleepyhead.
What's going on?
Nothing. They're releasing you. Let's get out of here.
Really? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go.
Now, I know you said you didn't want to go to my place yet, so I changed a few things at yours. A new environment, a new you.
Did you have to make the curtains so girly?
Ow! Jeez.
You're welcome. Oh, and I'm staying the night, by the way, to make sure you don't do anything stupid again.
Well, I mean, my house is your house. Especially since half of the stuff is yours anyway, so.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna get some sleep. After sleeping for so long in that chair, this couch looks amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Help yourself.
So you want to come surfing tomorrow? Oh, yeah, your leg. Well, as soon as it's better, we're going.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you this time.
Good. See you tomorrow.
Night, sis.
Thank you for calling Lola's. This is Candace speaking. Is this a takeout order? I'm sorry, who is this? Where did Chanel say she was going? What? Surfing this morning. Where did Chanel say she was going?
She said she was gonna hit up the North Shore. Why, what's up? Hey, what's going on?
Caleb, where are you? I'm coming right now.
It's not her. Calm down, girl. You're okay. You're okay. It's not her. It's not her.
Details are still pouring in, but the victim has yet to be identified. Emergency responders rushed to the scene where the victim was found. Get the full story, as well as how to avoid this tragic situation out of water. Tonight.
There, it's right there.
I see it.
Candace? Hello? Where are you? I've been trying to call you for hours. Are you with Chanel? Candace? Candace, hello?
What?
Hello?
I'm sorry, I just didn't know who else to call.
You have nothing to be sorry for.
Candace, I'm pretty sure that you probably heard about. You heard about everything, about how. Look, I want to change. I do. I have to, okay? I have to.
She'd be really happy to hear that.
Candace, I know that you don't know me, and you certainly don't owe me anything, and you don't have to pull any strings for me, but if you could just...
What is it?
I just have one favor to ask. If you don't mind speaking for me. should have done a long time ago. She would have loved it.
You have one new message. Saturday, 3:24 p.m.
Aloha, this is Officer Jared Arakawa from the Honolulu Police Department Evidence Room. I'm calling to get in contact with Caleb Medeiros in regards to Chanel Medeiros' belongings. Mr. Medeiros, you can come down to the evidence room at our downtown station anytime during business hours to pick up your sister's belongings, including a surfboard. Give me a call when you have the chance at 555-7344 to make arrangements. Thank you.
Looks hand carved.
Yeah, that's pretty detailed.
Do we have a designated donation pile?
I guess we can start one over here.
Okay.
Okay, guys, it's official. She had way too many books.
Well, at least someone learned how to read.
Hey, I can read picture books.
Hey, can I see that one?
I'm not gonna read it.
Oh, I gave this to her about a year back.
Oh, no way.
And she marked it all up. Look at her notes. Do you mind if I keep this?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
Hey, look at this. Caleb, your name is inside.
It's yours.
Yeah, this is mine when I was when I was smaller.
Hey, Caleb. What's the plan now? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I'm gonna take it one step at a time, and I wouldn't mind, hanging out with you guys some more.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
Yeah, man. Look, your sister was like Chanel's family. And that means you are too.
So if you need anything, okay, anything at all, you just ask.
You just ask her.
Shut up. All right, no, but seriously, if you're gonna join the restaurant fam, there is one customer we have to warn you about in advance.
No.
Like, he is awful.
He's the absolute.
He's got a specific amount of ice cubes that he needs in his cup.
3 cubes of ice. He'll send his plate back at least twice. I ain't gonna make.
questions. I ask myself why. Why do the hurt try to steal away life? Reality's here, the times are tough, the trials are mighty, the tides are rough. So many broken and unbended knee, searching for answers of peace. Keep the hope alive. Let your light shine. The poor inside, who lost all the might. Keep the faith strong. For those who are
I find it very difficult to figure out when to or if to interrupt credits, because I'm one of the biggest advocates of you've got to have credits. You have to, you know, mention who's been involved. But I'm not. I lowered the volume on my side. I'm not sure if it worked for everyone. It might have been just for me. What a touching film. Do we have anyone in the room who was a part of this film? If anyone was a part of the film, they can raise a kind of a digital hand or whatever. Mitchell, are you seeing anyone with their hands raised that I'm missing out? Because I've got quite a few compressions going. I'm not even seeing the chat box.
Not right now, but yes, it was definitely an absolutely amazing film. Really, really well done. And very, very, very touching as well, absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anyone from the film here right now, but
I think we'll just let it roll for another, well, until this finishes. And any questions can be forwarded, but I'd rather maybe prioritize this event for filmmakers who are present. So if there is no one from the film, questions can be placed in the chat box. We can send them forward. But I would be tempted to move on to the next film. So yeah, 20 seconds to see if anyone's going to raise their hand who's been involved. So I'm going to take it that no one is no one is here present, which is, it's fine because we can still pass on messages and things like that. I'm going to stop the share right now. Yeah.
And also, once again, Matt, thank you so much for your question there. All the questions will be forwarded to the filmmakers if they weren't able to attend today. So we will be sure to get those answers back to you. So thanks so much for asking it there.
Thanks, Mitchell, for being on top of it, because I didn't even see the questions coming in. I've got too many distractions already. But yeah. So moving on to the next film. It is What If, from the UK, from London. And I will repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat that I hold no good or negative bias towards any filmmakers. Teresa made this film, and she also partook in my first edition. And oh my gosh, I mean, she's got a unique vision. So she was, you know, straight through in my first festival. And then when she submitted this, I recognized the name. And I thought, what's it going to be? And I watched it, and I thought, oh my gosh. I mean, they're going to think I'm biased, but I promise I'm not. I was just so captivated, and it's such a timely film. It encapsulates, well, the situation that we've been in for the past year and a half, you know, so pertinently. And some people who have been here since the morning might realize that all the films are very truthful and they're very powerful, but there's been a bit of, there's been quite a few dark films and heavy topics. And Teresa kind of lightens the mood a little bit in various ways. So if I'm not mistaken, I think you mentioned that you have an interpreter with you right now. Yes, that's good. Okay, excellent. So Teresa is here with us. So if anyone has any questions after the screening, her film is 10 minutes long. And sorry, I shouldn't get distracted by incoming messages. Mitchell, I'll let you deal with everything that comes in from that side. But yes, I will share my screen and I will play What If. I'm still getting used to this. Right, this should bring you there. And yes, enjoy the film.
I don't really know what I'm put here for. Lying with my head on the bedroom floor. I don't really know who I'm meant to be. Even if I did, you'd be out of reach. Caught in the middle of me and you. Let's run through the clouds to the sky. Let's go. We don't know, but that's fine. We got lost time. We got time. Oh, we've got time tonight. Oh, tonight. Oh, tonight.
was that? Wow, that made me. If I wasn't on mute, you would have heard me laughing out loud about 2 or 3 times there. I just had such a fun time.
Brilliant.
I do have one question I want to ask, and it's down to the lockdown situation that we were in. I was in London for most of, I guess, the British lockdown last year, and I don't know if I noticed you mentioning in social media something about a very unusual way that you found to shoot the film while respecting social distance. And I'm wondering if there's something you can, some wisdom you can share with fellow filmmakers about how you approach that.
All right. Yeah, there was one scene in the kitchen. I don't know if you noticed that it was quite a tight space. The kitchen wasn't that big. So I wanted to have that shot from sort of like the perspective of the plate of burnt food. I was using my widest lens that I had, which was, I think, 16mm, but they were still sort of too close together. So what we decided to do in the end was have one actor stand in and then use a light stand with a bit of tape at the top for their eye line. And we shot the scene first that way. And then we'd swap the actor out, put the other actor back in, and then we'd have the light stand where the actor that we just got rid of was, put the tape to match their height as well. And then in the edit, I kind of just put a split down the middle of the screen, and then kind of made them look like they were there together, but in reality, they were sort of off screen and on their own, and we shot it twice.
Wow, you can't just be a storyteller. You've got to be a clever innovator in order to make a film under such circumstances. But I was just, I saw that kind of quick blurb on social media, so I thought, no, what? I was just so taken by how you just captured the time. And you can watch a funny film, and then the next time you watch it, yeah, I get it, but it's not laugh out loud kind of funny. But this time, I think this is the third time I watched this, and I'm just laughing. You've just made potentially a very depressing time very funny and very enjoyable for a lot of people. So thank you, thank you very much.
Yeah. That was one of our aims. We wanted people to have something to watch that wasn't going to sort of bum them out, really, because everything that was on TV, if it was about coronavirus, and it was sort of very depressing, and we were all stuck at home again when the film went out, so we wanted to have something to just kind of cheer people up a bit. So
well done. And there's no denying, I'm a bit paranoid, because one of the things that happens in the film is a very awkward kind of a screenshot, which is not a screenshot. And I'm just aware that I'm speaking to a few people here, and I could just go all of a sudden. So I'm very grateful to the internet in these days where we need it specifically. So yeah, I mean, you just lightened my day, and several days actually since I watched it first. So thank you very, very much.
Perfect.
Wow. Yes.
If I may.
Go ahead. What was that, Mitchell?
Very good job. It's a bit of American Sign Language there.
Wow. So unless there are any other questions about What If, and by the way, anyone can either reach through me or just Teresa directly and ask more questions. That was a very clever film to put out there in such times of we just need a laugh, really, and a serious one.
Yeah.
So thank you once again for that. And
no problem. Yeah.
Before Mitchell catches me out on time, the next film I'm going to present is called Enough, and I'm just going to find the right page. So Enough is from Sweden, and it is a film about a life drawing class in which an art model struggles with determining who has ownership over her body. So it's a very powerful film. Yeah, I mean, watch it and enjoy it. And it's 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes long. And we look forward to, hopefully there's a filmmaker involved in the room. Is there a filmmaker that can flag themselves right now? Yes, there is. Thank you. Excellent. So we will speak to you in about 7 minutes time. Let me just share this. Here we go.
Jag börjar bli redo.
Ja.
Vill du förresten att jag ska ta tid eller vill du göra det själv?
Du får gärna ta tiden. Tack.
Okej. Hej hörni och välkomna till kvällens kroki. Vi har en ny modell ikväll som heter Nia. Och vi kommer att köra i 2 timmar som vanligt. Vi börjar med en 2 minuter gång 5 och sen så kör vi en 5 minuter gång 3. Efter det en 10 minuters och sen blir det fikarast. Och efter fikarasten så kör vi åt andra hållet. Låter det bra? Byte.
Alltså, jag är så orolig för dig, gumman. Du kanske inte vill höra det här, men känner du verkligen liksom att du mår bra av det här? Ja, din sysselsättning eller vad man ska säga. För det är väl inte riktigt något jobb? Eller hur?
Nia, jag försöker förstå, men känner du inte att du gör det för att du vill ha lite mer uppmärksamhet? Oavsett, alltså jag finns här för dig. Vi alla har våra bekräftelsebehov.
Du, jag måste bara säga. Jag har tecknat i över 20 år. Och hittills har du verkligen de snyggaste bröst jag någonsin har sett.
Nia, jag vet att inte vi är exklusiva, men det känns fortfarande konstigt att andra män ska sitta och titta på din nakna kropp i flera timmar. Det känns för obekvämt på något sätt för mig.
Byte.
Har du någon gång blivit kåt när du stått naken?
När det var mensblod som började. Alltså jag hörde det var en manlig modell som gick igång under en sittning.
Ja, det var ju någon som hade blivit tafsad också.
Byte.
damit mo. Nakakahiya ka! Na hindi kita matignan! Di mo nire-respeto sarili mo! Hindi mo alam yon?
Vänta, du vill visa dig något jättesnabbt. Ge mig en sekund bara. Sådär.
Wow.
Tack. Du står här nästa vecka också, va?
Ja.
Toppen. Men ta den du. Ses.
That was a very short credit sequence, but a very powerful film. I have one question from my side. First of all, who is here representing the film?
It's me, Gabriella, the scriptwriter.
Excellent. Is Apostolos here or not? Is it just you?
It is just me.
Excellent. I had a kind of an ironic question, because when I received the film, in the statement, Apostolos says something on the lines of, I grew a beard in order to be taken seriously as a filmmaker. And the first thing that I thought of when I finished watching this is his beard still on or not?
Is what?
Is his beard still on or not? Because I don't think he needs anything more to prove himself as a really great storyteller. I think it just it's something that really speaks volumes, and I get the kind of the humoristic side of it, but it's just something that really it speaks volumes. Is there anything that that you would like to share? I mean, from a script writing point of view, you know, you start with a concept and then you end up with a final film people watch. From your point of view, how did that process translate in this situation? I mean, how do you feel, you know, yourself from comparing beginning to end result?
Oh, it was quite a journey, because Apostolos actually joined quite like literally before filming, like not too long before that. So it was actually a bit of a complicated situation. All credit to Apostolos, he did a great job, but it was literally me and my co-director then Elise that started it, and everything came together, and then Apostolos came, and then we said, well, I'm going to be acting, it's good if he takes over. So it did become definitely different, but in the same way, I really treasure that he took on board, you know, it was obviously written by females, and it was our vision of, it's a very sensitive subject, and I really respect that he still gave it that what it deserved in that way, like that respect and the sort of tenderness that it had. It was very sensitive. So I think he did a really good job at staying loyal to the concept, but also making it, you know, the quality that it is now. I mean, I'm very pleased with it. It was not what I expected it would be. It was, yeah, I'm very grateful.
Some things you can't plan, some things come out better than you plan, and I guess there's no line between that really. But I mean, and I also think it's a shame that not enough films of that kind with those kind of strong messages get seen enough. So I think it's, filmmakers' responsibilities to say, well, this is, I think, a really strong story. Let's do it, no matter how much it takes. So my hands together, for you guys. What a great effort, and emotional, and I really hope that this makes an even bigger difference, just generally to women, but as storytellers. Well done. I'm really, really, what a fantastic film to watch and to review. So yeah, unless there are any other questions from anyone else, I'm very satisfied. I'm very happy with that. So, and thank you for being here to represent the film.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
You're very welcome. So our next film in line is, let me just, oh gosh, I got so many windows opened. It's Lives, and this is from Italy. Alice, I don't know if she's in. Again, I'm waiting to see if she's going to give us a flag or a wave. In a nutshell, some things plot-wise, some things in the Italian language are very confusing. I know this because I'm Italian. And again, I hold no bias in selecting people because of nationality. I understand exactly where she's coming from. Some things are in the Italian language are very confusing. Luckily, not all people are bad. You have to search a lot before finding good people. This short film is for reminding that not everyone wakes up in the morning thinking that it's going to be an easy day. And I think that's quite a powerful statement to summarize a short film. So yes, I'm going to share the film. If anyone who was in the film or involved in that comes up at any point, just put a hand up so that either myself or Mitchell is aware that you're here. So I'm now going to find Lives. Lives is a little over 4 minutes long for the record. And I would be doing all this fluffing around even if it was a live event in person. So I feel less embarrassed. And I'm almost there. Here we go, sharing the screen. And here we go.
Yeah.
There's a humor around it, but it's whack.
I've got a very quick initial question. I've just realized that, was it your composer Marco Polo? I mean, is that a real person with that real name?
It's not a real name. It was a director choice. It's not a real name.
That's very clever, though.
It's actually there because we didn't know if to put music in the film or not, and it just stayed there. We didn't put music. I actually made the sound designer, even if I'm not a sound designer. That's why probably it's not really great. The sound
Don't say that. Don't say that. I think it's fantastic. It works. It just sucks you in. It works.
I'm glad it works because I actually edited everything, from color correction, sound design, and I also shot it. So it was I had to do a lot of things on my own, and it was quite challenging, but a good experience.
Well, here's a compliment for you, a real compliment. I often say that, big award ceremonies don't really mean much because they say, oh, best cinematography. I think the best cinematography is what you don't notice. And I was so involved in the story and the visuals, I didn't notice anything stand out, which means I think the combination of the crafts was just in perfect synchrony. So
yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I mean, that was our goal, actually, to, the story, in my opinion, was quite powerful. So there was not the necessity to put a lot of, photography, very, very strong photography or a very strong sound design. And it was my purpose when I was editing was to try to enhance the story, but not, in a subtle way, not in a strong way.
I think you did an amazing job. I'm in Canada right now, and Canada is a wonderfully multicultural country. I was brought up in Italy for over 10 years, and my impression was not a very multicultural country, and any other cultures, which were mostly from North Africa because it's so close, were not really, and maybe are still not considered equals to Italian nationals. And I think this is such an important film that highlights some issues that Italy generally is having to face. Are you? Would you agree with my statement, or
yeah, sure. I think we are struggling to this reality, to this multicultural reality, especially in cities. I'm from North Italy, and here is not. It's very uncommon yet to have well, except maybe the big cities. But I'm from a small town, so here we starting to have a growing immigration now in the last decade, I think. And so yes, I agree with your statement. This was actually the idea was coming from what was happening in the US with Black Lives Matter, and it started. But I think it's quite it can be a global issue, especially in Europe and in North America, but is actually ultimately is a global issue. I mean, in the future, well,
I think your film speaks volumes without words. It just speaks volumes, and let's hope that you make a big difference with this and things change, because I do feel rather depressed sometimes when I'm in Italy and seeing how things are so different to most other places I've been. But again, thank you very much for your film. It fits so well with with all the themes that we're covering, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you'll be available if anyone has any additional questions. And again, I'm going to try and beat Mitchell to the clock in terms of timing and schedule. But very well done, Alessio. So thank you very much for your contribution. The next film is, let me just see, do we have any scheduled, let me just see what the schedule is like. We've got two more short films, and then we've got another break. So hopefully the majority of you will be able to stick in. So the next one is a 5-minute documentary called Close as Brothers, and this film again touches on one of the key themes of the festival, which is autism. This is from the United States, and the plot in a couple of lines is: two teenage boys, one neurotypical, one not, discuss what it's like to be brothers and why we shouldn't treat anyone like normal. I'm not sure if this makes sense to me right now. This is what I got from the blurb from Film Freeway. I think it's why we shouldn't treat anyone unlike being a human being just because of the way they think. So yes, I'm going to pull up Close as Brothers. And this also fits into, I think, another category, which is the use of celluloid, which I'm particularly happy with. So can someone, is someone here for the film? Jennifer, if you're in, you can raise a hand at any point so we can ask you questions after the screening. So Closest Brothers is 5 minutes long, and I'm going to share that right now.
What's it like having Augie as a brother? Well, it's normal. I don't know how else to explain it. He seems like a brother to me. Augie's August. Growing up with Augie, I haven't seen any difference, because I've grown up with him.
I've always been kind of Yuli's role model because I'm his closest relative and also closest connected person. It's kind of probable that I'd have a lot of effect on him, maybe on how he views others or how he views himself. So it would make sense that you'd end up seeing me as normal and others as different, or me as normal and everybody else not really realizing that I'm normal.
Yeah, that's the latter.
If Yuli wasn't there, I'd be a lot more introverted, probably. Either that or I'd be more extroverted. I don't know.
Would you rather be extroverted?
No. You think a lot of me trying to be closer with my brother is at all related to my autism?
I don't think so.
Because I remember, despite you being like 4 years old, I'd always like try to talk with you and be very communicative with you, you know?
I don't think that's autistic. I think that's just you wanted a brother. Or
I
did
know, but I remember I felt I could talk with you a lot more easily than a lot of other kids.
I love August so much right now, but I feel like I loved him a lot more as like a 3-year-old, because he was pretty much, the only person I knew.
I started shifting towards being a bit more sedentary, and Yuli started shifting to being a lot more
out to my friends. And like, you're more like to yourself. I mean, like, it's not bad to interact with the social world, do you think?
I mean, as someone who doesn't, I don't know.
Fair.
I can't speak for all teenagers. I'm not very teenager-like.
I never knew what autism was till he was diagnosed.
I never even knew what autism was until like a few weeks before I was diagnosed.
Yeah.
So this is kind of weird because I saw a YouTube video being about a kid with autism. Basically, it explained how they could identify the signs of autism. And there was quite a few signs in it that I recognized in myself. And I realized that maybe, I kind of expected that.
How other people might see it. This person's special, so I should treat him better, I should treat him different than everyone else. Like, how was your day? Like, they're pretending they care, but they don't, right?
I just realized.
I'm sorry. Hopefully I didn't ruin relationships.
No relationships. Just how I perceive other people.
So do you think you should just be treated like a normal human?
No.
No?
I don't think that anybody should treat each other like normal humans. We need to treat each other like people. Not the same. You shouldn't treat me differently because I'm autistic. You should treat me differently because I'm August. Some people may choose to be defined as autistic, and some might want to distance themselves away from being autistic. But I do think that a lot of my personality is kind of interconnected with my autism, and I do feel that it's something that I am very proud of and not ashamed of. And I don't view it as a disability, I just view it as what makes me me. Sorry for not letting you speak a lot.
Well, you're making me emotional, man. I think we're as close as brothers could be. I think every brother's distant from each other in some ways.
Probably.
How does it feel being my brother?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. So, do we have anyone representing this film to ask questions or not? I don't know if I'm seeing any. Mitchell, are you seeing any thumbs up or not kind of applauding hands, but any no? So I'm sure something. No. That's okay. Any questions can be directed in their direction, but I want to give as much priority as possible to those who are present, and we have one more film before a short interval. And I think it's safe to say that the next film, there's a few people here, at least one person here who is related, who's on the cast and crew. So the next film is The Secret Life of Tom Lightfoot. I just think it's a brilliant short film from the UK. The synopsis is Tom is anxious. He holds a secret in his human heart, a wing beat and a flutter, and it's bursting to take flight. It is a tale of healing, revealing how we can learn to live with the secrets of our more than human hearts. I mean, that's just poetry in a synopsis. Not all synopses are poetry. That is just beautiful. So I'm just gonna find that. Whoever is in the room that was involved, can they just raise a hand or whatever? Just there you go. There you go. Graham, excellent, excellent. So I'm just gonna locate the file. This film is 10 minutes long. I could say 10 minutes short, but it's not too short. It's a brilliant film. Right, so I'm going to share my screen for Tom Lightfoot.
Tom Lightfoot works as a calls operator for We Have the Answers, a call centre which answers anybody's questions about absolutely everything. The talented workers at We Have the Answers know an awful lot, though they don't know that Tom is studying for a PhD in bird migration. Neither do they know about Tom's secret life. His secret is inside of him.
I think I can hear a flutter or a murmur. I want you to take it easy, Tom.
Okay.
Stay calm.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll see you in a week.
Oh, thank you.
£12,855. Thank you. Maybe. Yeah.
Keys in the car as usual. Bye. Yes, address.
Can I help you? Yeah, try Daisy. Yeah, it smells really lovely. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Let's get in the pub. Don't forget the works drinks tonight, Sandy.
It's like a bird. I know. One.
Aren't they beautiful? I know where they're from your heart. There's something I want to show you. Tomorrow I will come up on the roof with you.
Okay.
Go on, Sandy. Let's go home.
Sandy!
Come on.
Yes, come on, Sandy.
Go,
Let's
Sandy.
go home.
Come on. Oh.
Away.
Any answers can I help you? Flight to Vienna is so beautiful. Thank you.
Airport, black and blue.
If it's a Jaguar, it's got to be silver.
I'm sorry, you find the answer.
Just remember, breathe, Tom. I got you these.
Wow, binoculars.
Yeah, can you see? Somebody else got birds in the heart. And over there, she has them as well. See, you're not alone.
Wow. I just love this film so much. It just, luckily my camera wasn't on, because I thought everyone would have been distracted by me. My emotions went from just everywhere. It's just such a brilliant, touching, funny, but just so real, truthful film. Yeah, wow. I'm just taken aback, and it's just so great that so many films today, I've watched them before, and yet I get very similar emotions. And I'm a film that if a film is not that good, I can stop it, and it won't be great even the second time. It's just such a wonderful collective of work. What really comes to me is this is such an original idea. I've never seen anything like it before. I got kind of two questions that are merging together. How did you come up with this, this concept? And quite crucially, what is the significance of the birds? I have my opinions, but could they have been replaced with a different animal? What is the significance of the birds?
I'll speak first. I'm Ray.
Sure.
I'll pass it over to Graham if he wants to say anything. Okay, the birds. Well, basically, the group of actors and performers I work with, we create stuff. Every Friday, we spend the whole day together in the rehearsal room, and we get to know each other really well. And so really this film is a lot about the actor Graham, because Graham does indeed dance like a bird. And also, and I think it's where us as a group, different ideas meet. So I myself, I really love birds. And also, because also dealing with the themes of anxiety is something that many of our performers talk about and suffer from. And I know it's kind of like come up, people talk about their hearts and how that's related to their anxiety. And so it just felt like a good expression of this kind of outpouring, yes. So it's kind of like lots of things that come together and resonate to create an image.
I think it's a brilliant use of humor. I think it's just fantastic imagery and just a wild imagination. I think that's what cinema is. And I think you as a collective, you've nailed it. It's serious, powerful, and entertaining, and not always does entertaining fit into those, within those other categories. So yeah, again, as with all the other films, I'm just so privileged to have received it and to have watched it more than once.
Do you want to add anything, Graham?
Yeah, my film is really good actually. Yeah, it's I always famous. Yeah, no, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of to say a big part of us making films is this opportunity to share them with audiences. We really appreciate this opportunity. And kind of like traveling together to film festivals when we can again and sharing that experience.
And when we can't travel, there's Zoom, which has its perks. It's not perfect, but it's got its perks. But no, seriously, I think that I'm seeing a few comments, complimenting the team effort, and I just completely agree. I was just so moved by it. I just loved the film. Repeat viewings. Well done.
Have you got time just to add how we're doing for time?
Mitchell, how are we doing for time? I think we can add one more quick thing.
Because this is part of a series of films called Secret Lives. And the idea was from a book written by Jeff Vandermeer, fantasy writer, who wrote Annihilation. And in his book of Secret Lives, people have very kind of very professional lives, but incredible secrets in them. And so we're making a series of films based on the idea of Secret Lives.
Well, I haven't got any bias towards filmmakers, so my next edition, I welcome more films from you, because if the quality is similar, story-wise especially, I can't control the range of emotions coming out. It's just it's just a privilege, really. It's just a privilege. So thank you very, very much for contributing in this way. Yeah, I'm just so moved. So going to the schedule, I think we can have a short interval. There's no rule about when you can and cannot come in and join, but for those who have been like me sticking to the screen all the time, in Canada right now it's almost 2:50 in the afternoon. So I suggest let's just take a refreshment and rejoin in about 12 minutes. Is that fair, Mitch?
Yeah, 12 minutes I think should be fine.
Yes, and just before we disappear, the film that will start at 3 p.m. Canadian time will be a letter from April, which comes from Korea. So if the filmmakers involved want to flag, or raise a hand ahead of time so we know they're present, they're more than welcome to do that. So we will see you in about 12 minutes time at 3 p.m. Canadian time.
Work to all the filmmakers, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the films.
Hey, Mum.
Well done, Gray. Are you going to switch off now? We're going to go now.
Yeah, off now, Mum, yeah. Well,
Okay, well, I am, yeah. Bye-bye. Bye, Georgie.
okay then.
Bye. So, yeah.
Am I on time, Mitchell?
Yeah, 4 more minutes.
4. Wow, excellent. I'm very moved. I think there's a big difference between watching a touching film by yourself as a judge and then watching it in a celebratory way, especially with those involved. It's a very different experience.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've been some amazing films there today, and it was great to judge them as well earlier on in the year, and so much talent, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't agree more. I'm just kind of glad that I haven't messed everything up technically.
Definitely. Yeah, it's been going really, really well.
Mitchell, later on in private, you can tell me how bad I did. Now you have to fake it as if I'm doing really well. That's a good question. Where is Tasia?
Okay.
Couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I think we can give it a start.
Sounds good. I think we have a quick question from Georgie there.
Was Georgie? I thought she was in the film. No. Oh, so you also made a film with this? Oh, right. Well, you know where to send it. You weren't in this one, but you were in a different one. Yes. Well, I mean, the quality that's been in the one that we saw, Tom Lightfoot, is just outstanding. So, everyone should know where to submit, because I'm just so excited by the quality of things that we've been receiving. So, absolutely. But anyhow, I think we're at time. So just to recap, we're rejoining with a letter from April. And, oh, hello there. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Can you please pronounce your name for me?
Sorry, it's Hyojin.
Hyojin.
Yes.
Excellent. And are you good with speaking about the film and after we've seen it?
I'm a bit nervous, but I'll do my best.
Don't worry about it. You cannot imagine how nervous I am. I'm the most nervous person out of everyone.
Yes.
But it's wonderful to have you amongst us, so thank you very much. So a letter from April is about a woman who reads a letter from the past. So I'm going to share the screen. And this film runs 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes. And here we go.
지난 12월에는 전화로 무슨 얘기했더라? 오빠, 거기서 서울 촌놈 티 내면 안 돼. 그래도 사람들이 잘 챙겨준다니까 좋다. 그럼 크리스마스 때는 뭐해? 못 올라오지.
아마
인수인계좀마저 받아야 될 것 같아. 정리할 것도 좀 있고.
아쉽다. 오빠 생일 때까지 계속 바쁠 거 아니야. 그렇지. 하루가 맨날 똑같은데 할 말이 없겠지. 우린 결국 터널을 함께 나오지 못하고 손을 놓았다. 내가 그토록 원하던 일이 일어났어. 네가 내 옆에 있다는 게 지금도 믿기지 않는다.
조금 더디더라도 네 성에 차지 않더라도 조금만 기다려줘. 나는 열과 성을 다해서 꼭 너를 행복하게 해줄 거야. 사랑해.
이게 다 오빠한테서 온 거구나. 오늘도 너를 그리워하면서 편지를 쓰고 있어.
지금은 이런저런 일들로 각자 힘든 시기를 보내고 있지만 이 상황을 잘 이겨내고 너를 만날 생각만으로 버티고 있어.
오빠가 이제는 내 얼굴을 선명하게 떠올릴 수가 없다고 했을 때 조금 슬프기도 했지만
그건 자연스러운 일이라 생각해. 그래도 내가 널 다시 한번 본다면
마법처럼 모든 기억과 감정들이 깨어나고 우린 새롭게 사랑에 빠지게 될 거야.
그러니 너무 조급하지 말고 걱정하지 말자. 항상 응원하고
사랑해.
Oops. Okay. Wow. Very touching film, and I'm not going to necessarily embarrass you by asking you questions if you don't want to answer them, but I think it's right that that I can share an observation about something that I found particularly special about this film, and that is it brings me back to the past. It brings me back to a time when pre-email. When we did use to write things and feel the texture of it, and if you've got a fading memory of someone's face, it's really your memory that's the only thing that's going to give it to you. If you're in an email, you can say, just send me a picture. And the fact that we're detached from that, I think it's very powerful, because you're playing with time as well as with emotion, and that is quite a difficult thing to do. So if you wanted to share any comment about that, you're more than welcome to. But I just had to put that out there. I think it's a very, very special film.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, this is like half fiction and half like from my personal experience. Like all this pandemic and yeah, what I felt before, I thought it could be relatable to other people as well. So I wanted to make a short film with this like very simple impression.
I think simplicity always speaks volumes. I think we've seen several examples of that today. But again, thank you very much. I mean, with very simple visuals, you've done something very profound. So, and yes, I think there's more really nice comments that are coming up in the chat. So, kudos to you. Well done. Thank you very much for submitting and sharing with us. And yeah, keep making good stuff. Keep making good films. I'm very, very. It's a real privilege for me and for my fellow judges. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next film is, let me go for my list. It's called Beautiful Bear. Mitchell, did you mute me? I don't know how long I was muted for.
Sorry about that. My apologies.
How dare you? So I think I saw Stuart in at some point today. I'm not sure if he's still in. Beautiful Bear is another film that touches on the autism topic, and I'm just going to read the synopsis briefly. It's from the UK. Peter is on the autism spectrum. He lives with a soft toy bear companion called Teddy, who are inseparable. However, one night he must summon the courage to face a situation he has never faced before, and for the first time without Teddy. Yeah, speaks for itself. It's a brilliant short film. I'm just going to get it ready. Beautiful Bear is 15 minutes long, 15. Is either Stuart or anyone from the film available, or?
Hello.
John?
Oh yeah, Stuart here. Hello.
You're Stuart. Okay, so I'm looking at. Okay, are you happy to speak after the film?
Yeah, of course. I don't know why it says John. That's my middle name. I don't know why it's done that.
Okay.
Right.
So Stuart Kin. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. We'll watch the film and then we'll direct questions towards you. But thank you for joining in with us. Thanks for being there.
No worries at all. Thank you.
Cool. Without further ado, in for the share screen.
Afternoon, sir. How can I help you? Lovely. I'll just print your ticket off. Okay, so you are in screen 5, seat F21. You're the only one in the screening room, so sit wherever you want.
Peter, sorry to call. I didn't get the chance to see you at work the other day, but thank you for the birthday card. Really sweet of you. This will be an event. I mean, seeing you outside of work and to hang out with us lot. Anyway, I'll text you the address. Oh, maybe I should have just texted. Never mind. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!
Best if I go alone. No. Look, I know it's the first time you've been on your own. Oh, look! Stop being scared, you silly bear! I'm sorry. I'm just scared I can't lose you.
glad you came. It's really cool in here. This is Ben, and this is Sarah.
All right, mate.
Hiya. I've got some wine if you want it.
So, you two work together, yeah?
Yeah, but in different departments. Better you than me. Can bear the thought of sitting strapped to a desk for the next 20 billion years. Yeah, come on, you lasted 6 months.
Yeah. God, haven't they got any better music in here than this blooming shopping mall stuff?
Oh, come on, don't be an arse like this.
Oh, okay. Well, as a new bottle has been opened, I propose a toast. I hope you save room for more. Room for what?
Anyway, cheers, mate. Happy birthday. No, it's going to be a wild night.
You okay? Look, I'm sorry. I just thought I was doing the right thing asking you to come. You remind me of my brother. You make me realise that I could have been a better sister to him.
I hate the way I am.
I think your beautiful bear would disagree. I see you bring him to work. Beautiful eyes.
I don't see many.
Well then, how do you see the world?
I imagine it. What does it feel like?
What?
Looking into the eyes of someone.
Well, you feel what kind of a soul they have.
Does it always feel real?
Not if your brain is so jumbled up like mine.
Can you fix it?
Good days and bad days. I just wish there was a switch to turn it on. What do you feel when you see the bears?
Joy.
Reminds me of a teddy I had when I was younger. And then I realised I needed to become an adult, and I didn't realise he was a true friend.
But you've got lots of friends.
I don't know. You can have hundreds of friends and still feel most lonely.
Does it always feel that way?
Feels like a cage that I'm too scared to go through.
What if someone got through?
Then they're special. Is the bear special to you?
He's my friend.
Well, I think it's the best thing to have an emotional response to someone, don't you agree?
Don't know what feels real anymore.
Well, I think the one thing you have is the most honest thing anyone could ever ask for.
What if he isn't here anymore? What do I become then?
Human. If you're that connected to him, then you'll always be together.
You don't need a switch to find a light.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. So, Stuart.
Hello. Well,
Hello.
hello. Good evening from the UK.
Good evening. Isn't it good night from the UK?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. It's I don't know what time is it here. It's 8:30 here.
Let's consider that evening. I've got an imminent question, which is if it's okay.
Yeah.
Is it both you and Luke, the lead actor, on the spectrum, or is it just one of you?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I believe Luke's here actually. I don't know if he's still with us. I think so.
Oh, Luke Fox. Yes, he is.
Yes, I believe he's still here. Oh, there he is. Hello, Luke.
He's the adjacent window to you.
I hope Polo is there because he lives with him now. I hope Polo the bear is with him because Luke adopted him after we wrapped filming.
Well, I don't see him on Zoom.
I think apparently Polo's informed us he's retired from the industry.
Oh, bless. How cute. Oh, bless. So I guess I've got a question that goes to both of you, which is, there was at least one scene in this sort of nightclub with a very overwhelming environment. So it's one thing saying, in order to portray how one is feeling in a film, you have to go to the actual location to do that in a truthful way. It's something completely different actually doing it and making it come out right on screen. what kind of challenges do you face from a directorial and an acting point of view to accomplish that vision within those very real situations?
I think from my point of view as a directing point of view, to give kind of context, this is probably the only second time I've actually filmed something in a quite a big location, because we filmed it in a bar in Swindon, and it's the first time I worked with extras, and the difficulty with filming in there is really just the logistics of it, because also this is probably only the second time I've worked with in a way with actually a crew. So because the last film I did, I had 2 crew members, which we got away with because it was just a one take film, so I only needed the cinematographer and the sound recorders. But with this one, I had a much bigger crew, coordinate the actors and with the choreography as well. It's the first time I really had to think about blocking with the scene as well, and think about how to flow with the camera movements, because also that's the first time in that bar sequence where the camera actually moves. It's on a steady cam. So because I wanted to put inside with the audience that throughout before the bar and after the bar, that to symbolize that Peter, the lead character, is in his simple mindset, he's okay, but when he gets into the bar, it's almost like it's a world he doesn't know. So us as an audience follow through with a sense of movement, with the steady cam. And yeah, I think it was just really just the logistics of it really, and trying to make sure you get the work done, because we were quite lucky with that bar, because we filmed it in the back room, which was nice and dark, and a lot of harsh lighting as well, because we really wanted to emphasize because in the early sequences, it had a very soft lighting to reflect him, but when it gets to the bar, it's almost like complete opposite, almost sensory overload. And of course, we had to be out of the bar by a certain time, because it was actually serving drinks. And funny enough, the apart from the people on the table and some people later on, in the first part when he goes into the bar, the couple of guys who were standing up next to the table walked away, and also the table. Admittedly, I actually persuaded them they were actually regular patrons from the bar, because we didn't have enough extras turned up. So I had to a lot of money was spent on pints that night to persuade them. Let me put it that way. So and with the extras or the background artists who came later for the meltdown sequence, who wore those masks, God bless them, because we shot that at 4 frames a second, and I had to ask them to shake their heads or to over exaggerate their speaking for about 30 seconds. If you ask them someone to shake their head for about 30 seconds nonstop, that's a lot. God bless them for doing that, because we discovered that we did it after 10 seconds, but when we put it back in 24 frames a second, it only lasted for about 2 seconds. So bless them, we had to ask him to do it 30 just to get 10, 12 seconds worth of
what you have to do for making films. What you have to do is just unbelievable sometimes. Yeah.
Exactly. So I guess for me, that's from a directing point of view. I can't really speak too much on Luke's part, because I'm more, if Luke wants to speak, for himself.
We are on time, so if Luke wants to give us one quick remark, we can take that. Otherwise, Mitchell is going to start yelling at me.
No, fair enough. I mean, because one of the things I want to state with Luke as well is that this is the first time he's actually acting on camera.
Oh wow, bless.
This is because he comes from a theatre background, and for me, he really came from the casting process out of nowhere. And I'll never forget the first time I saw when he actually applied for the job, that after 5 seconds of looking at his picture, I just thought there's just something interesting about him. There's something about, because I needed an actor who could. It's more about the physicality of it, and when he did the screen, and when I spoke to him for the first time, before I even told him the story, before I even described what the character was, he was already talking about things that were already in the script. And this is before I even told him what the story was. And you get that sense that when you're casting someone, that you just know instantly, it just feels right. And even just things like he was in every single frame of that film. And it's a lot. It is a first time. If you ever acted on camera the first time, it's it's a lot. It's a lot on a young man's shoulders, and he really did pull it off. And
well, standing ovation from Luke as well. Standing ovation. I think great job overall. Great teamwork. It's very obvious, and the result is fantastic. I've loved it. So. Yes, thank you. We are past time, but thank you very, very much to the both of you for such a fantastic film. I think you've touched the hearts of everyone in this room. So yeah, well done.
Thank you all so much. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So the next film that I want to that I'm going to share is Growing Charlotte from Ireland. Can I guess there's someone in the room?
Yeah, hi.
Yes. Oh, hi.
I'm
Hi,
Anna
hi.
Charska, the producer and director, and we have our cinematographer, James Vanderwall.
Hey, hello,
We also
hello.
have our writer, Paul Moon,
Wow.
our executive producer, Mary Ryan, and our star, Elise Judashenko.
Oh, bless. You've got a full house there.
All here.
How amazing. I feel really privileged. Wow. We all feel really privileged. So just to summarize briefly the story, let me just get into a full screen. Growing Charlotte portrays something that every parent faces. How do we keep things together for our children when we are barely hanging on ourselves? Oh gosh, where do you start? Well, I can tell you what, start by making a film about it. And the result is just so touching and so superb. So here I'm going to just try and get this right. And yes, Growing Charlotte is just over 6 minutes long. And here we go. Enjoy.
Charlotte? Charlotte? Charlotte, what happened? What's wrong?
My friends all made fun of me.
Oh, Charlotte. That doesn't seem like something friends would do. Huh? Why do they make fun of you?
Because of my bike. It's a baby's bike. And they've all got cool bikes and mine is stupid.
I don't think it's stupid.
What if you were one of my friends?
What's so stupid about it?
It's tiny. I've had it since I was 6. I need a new bike, Dad.
Honey, I can't afford to buy you a new bike right now.
Dad, the other kids make fun of me. They all got new bikes when they turned 10 last year. I'm the only one who didn't.
I know. But we've had a pretty big year, right?
So Mom, she want me to have a new bike. I talk to her sometimes and she definitely said you should get me one.
Have you forgotten what happened last month?
Oh yeah. You lost your job. Redundancy.
Redundancy.
What's that mean?
Well, it means too many people were doing my job, apparently.
But why'd they hire you then if other people were already doing your job?
It's not that simple. just happens over time.
But if other people are hired to do your job, can't you just ask them to fire someone else and you can do your job again?
Yeah. I'll be sure to ask them.
Are you gonna get a job soon?
I don't know.
Are we in trouble, Dad? Because if we are, I've been saving for a while. I probably have enough money, like 50 euros by now.
That's so good of you. Thanks so much for wanting to help.
Mom isn't worried about us, you know. She's been watching over us ever since she left.
She's really proud of you.
No, she's proud of you. She told me so. You had to stay because she had to leave.
Yeah. That's right.
It's okay, Dad.
You know your mom and I love you so much.
Yeah.
I just want to be the best dad I can be for you.
You're already the best dad ever.
Thanks, sweetheart.
You know what Mom also said?
What?
She said if you wanted, I could use some of my savings to help buy a new bike.
Come on,
Well, where are we going?
get your piggy bank. Come on, we'll trade this in and we'll get you a new one.
Yes!
Wow. Growing Charlotte team. What an accomplishment. What an accomplishment. I think I'm aware that you might have shot this during lockdown. The first thing that comes to my mind is that some people have been creatively well affected by lockdown, other people not so much. I'm just thinking, how was it for you guys? Did the fact that you were in lockdown help you get this out quicker, or is it, or did it give you issues? I mean, what was it like for you?
We actually had trouble with some of the scheduling because we were unsure how it was going to pan out. With Ireland being in between lockdowns right around that time, basically we got just a little small window of opportunity in the moment and we took it. So
So it's mostly down to luck then.
yes.
So you had it already planned as a story that you were going to tell anyways, and maybe you planned it for that time and then you just got lucky with that. Wow.
Yeah, we were really worried about the scheduling, but we got just that small window, and then right afterwards we went back into lockdown. So
And how long did it take you to get it done, to get the shoot done?
just one day.
Just one day.
Yeah, we had a tight shot list and we were, really getting in there, but the weather was you know, very unpredictable that day. We weren't expecting it to rain. It rained, of course. And, you know, so we did our best. And then we got lucky at the end. It started kind of sunshine. So we had, you know, the rain start where it was more gloomy, and then it kind of started to shine, and it worked for the storyline. So really, we just got very lucky with it.
Wow. I mean, so much of filmmaking is about luck.
Yeah. And, you know, I think we were very lucky because our stars, you know, put so much prep time and, you know, really just kind of hit it out of the park. And yeah.
Yes. Wow. Wow. You know, such a touching film, and so wonderful to have a contribution from Ireland, you know, and so wonderful to see such, you know, touching, nice stories coming out of such a dark time, generally. So it's good that we can all unite in some way. Yes, and you're getting some congrats in the chat box, and I'm getting some time from Mitchell. So I guess that means that we move on. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us, and also great to see all of our crew and cast as well. Thank you, everybody.
Great work there, guys. Great film.
Wow. So moving on, we've got quite a short film, short, just under 3 minutes long. This is an animation called Strange. I could say directed and maybe animated by Cameron Carr. Do we have Cameron Carr in the room with us? If he does come in, he can give us a little kind of a wave. It's again on the autism topic. Strange is an autobiographical story told in a visual journal style, a glimpse into an autistic author's life, exploring friendship, trails, and the use of unique coping strategies. So, yes, I will get that in. And this is Strange for everyone.
It's 1999. I'm a baby, an autistic baby. Here I am in my pram, hissing and spitting at strangers. I don't like people. But wait a minute. Here I am, surrounded by people. But not just people, though. These are my friends. So, what happened? Well, let me tell you.
Hey, dude! Want a free energy drink? One sip and you're addicted.
No, thank you.
What?
God damn. I don't like to be touched, but it's not always easy to get the words out when you need to.
He said he doesn't want any. I think he's alright.
The best part about forming friendships? Friends have your back. And with good friends, there's often good food. Loud noises are incredibly painful. And that's why I carry my headphones around. I'm not actually playing music, just a bit of clever noise cancellation. This way I can just listen to my friends, and only my friends. Ah, Cash. Of course. Did you know bacteria, viruses, all huddle on the surface area like little microscopic aliens and monsters? It's also the reason why it smells so bad. That's why I've gone contactless. Because I know exactly where my card has been. In my wallet. With that said, despite the unpredictable nature of the outside world, it's sometimes nice to just go out and support your friends on special occasions like this one. He shoots, and he scores. Oh, sorry, I was just busy enjoying the game. Let's see here. It's not always easy to go out though. Some things just try to hold me back. With these kinds of techniques and support, I've been able to blossom with the other flowers. I want to remember all these good times with the friends I grew with, and yet my memories always seem to fly without me. That's why I use the tools to record art, people, things I'm interested in, with a pen or paper, or any other advanced apparatus. Or, in this respect, making this cartoon. My methods may be strange and different to other autistic people, but it works for me. That's it. Hope you enjoyed sifting through my inner psyche.
Wow. So I don't know. Let me just stop sharing. I'm not sure if anyone related to Strange, or at least Cameron, is present. Mitchell, do you see any Camerons?
I don't know, unfortunately.
That's all right. So I mean, we can, any filmmaker who's not in the event right now can be contacted through us. Even if people just remember something about the film, I'm sure we'll locate which one it was and which person it was. So.
And for those that just joined us, feel free also, even if the film crew aren't present for the festival, please feel free to leave your questions in the chat, and our other assistant and fellow jury member Tasia will be more than happy to send off your questions to the filmmakers. So.
Thank you, Mitchell. So this is a very, 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 I mean, all of the films are very special and touching. I mean, I can't say that because otherwise they wouldn't be in the screening. But this is a very special film. Again, touching on several topics, including ASD generally, and transgender issues, and self-identification issues, and youth issues, growing up, trying to understand things about yourself. It is a 28-minute long film, inspired by real events. So I'll just give it a little blurb. It's from a filmmaker called Jason Westbrook. I think oh, I'm looking at you there. There you are, right in the middle of the screen. Welcome here. Welcome here.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Oh gosh, honestly, thank you for being here, and thank you for submitting. So you're in the US right now, and the way you described the film is a modern-day fairy tale about the struggles of being autistic transgender individual exploring friendship and love. How warm is that? How touching and inclusive is that? That's just brilliant. So yes, I definitely want to hear more about it, but there are some specific things I want to touch upon. But let's watch the film first, and whoever's in here, just stick in, because this is an absolute gem. So let me do what I've been doing relatively well so far today, which is sharing my screen without embarrassing things happening. Here we go.
All right.
Once upon a time, there lived a shy boy named Alon. Oh, he was good at heart and rarely did anything to get into trouble.
Emily Stacia!
You're right there, Mom! But there was one place he couldn't resist. His stepsister's closet was filled with dresses and costumes, a rainbow of happiness, a door into the world of fairy tales, and the greatest one of them all, Cinderella. Cinderella was the perfect fairy tale. She magically transformed her real life into a dream come true.
Alon, what do you think you're doing? Oh, I'm sorry. Get out of my dress! I'm telling Mom! Mom! Alon's getting my dress dirty, Mom! Boys don't wear dresses.
Emily Stacia! What is going on?
He's in my closet again.
Be nice to your brother. Alon, please, come out.
Boys don't wear dresses. 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 Boys don't wear
Boys
dresses.
don't wear dresses.
Boys don't wear dresses.
What his vain and selfish stepsister said to Alon that day would stick with him for a long, long time.
Boys don't wear dresses. 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 Boys don't wear dresses.
Alon, you're stuck again. You're in a mind loop.
What do you mean?
Well, Boys Don't Wear Dresses. It's a great title. Great title. We've got our title. But let's remember what we were talking about, okay? Let's start to get this script on its feet. What? Whoa.
I'm free! Scripts don't have feet.
That's just a saying. It means getting started. So let's get this script started.
Okay. Okay.
You got this. Right? Comes out from here, all the way through there, and right up on there. Script. Look, I know it must feel scary to tell your story, but I think it's important for you to take this next step and to become more of who you really are.
I can't right now.
I believe you can. And I want you to write at least the first page by Monday, okay?
Well, what if I don't want anyone else to know?
We've been over this. We've talked about it. I think you do. Look, you gotta trust me. Have I ever let you down?
Let me think.
Huh?
No.
Right. So you and I both know you need to push yourself to do this.
I'm trying.
You're trying, and I'm really, really proud of you.
It's 3:30.
Yeah, it is.
Are we done today?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Good talk. First page.
Okay. First page. Okay.
Monday?
Yeah.
All right. So you got the whole weekend. You can write 3 movies in a weekend, right?
Right.
Peter Jackson wrote the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy in 2 days.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah. See you Monday.
Okay. Bye.
Back off, bitches. The part's been cast.
In your dreams, Jake. This part was meant for me. Cross-dressable. Thank you. No need for applause for your cut. Drama queen. Can't believe we're doing Cinderfelly. 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 Wow. Feed me.
Oh, how time gets lost when you're in the dress-up, fierce world of make-believe. Corsets, that hourglass figure. waltzing elegantly with a dashing prince.
Cinderella.
There it was, that white-laced, powder blue dress.
Hello. Whoa, sugar gliders.
Hi, Lonnie.
You're not dreaming.
Oh, hey there, chinchilla.
What's that?
And alpaca?
Oh, to find a new hope that someday a long streams of happiness would come true.
My dreams are coming true.
We can do it.
It's perfect.
We can
Yeah, we
do
can
it.
do it, guys. We can do it, you guys.
To be a...
Oh
no!
Oh dear!
Giddy up! Oh, trying to go.
But boys don't wear dresses.
You look pretty in that. It's a good color on you.
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be in here.
Shh. I won't tell anyone.
Thanks.
Are you hungry? I got snacks. So, do you have a family?
Well, my dad passed when I was young. It's just me and my stepmom for now.
Aw. Well, I was left in a box on a doorstep in China. I was all alone. I was a very sad orphan.
I'm sorry to hear that.
All good. Don't remember any of it. I'm gonna be a famous opera singer.
Wow. You have a beautiful voice.
Thanks. Are you auditioning for Cinderella?
I can't.
Why?
I panic.
Oh. Have you ever been in a musical or a play?
In my head.
Oh. That's cool. So, what do you like to do?
I'm trying to be a writer.
I like writers. They're sexy.
Excuse me?
I always wanted a writer boyfriend.
I should go.
Oh! Damn it! I screwed up. Now you don't like me.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
Nobody likes me because of my meltdowns. It sucks!
Calm down. It's okay, really.
I'm ugly.
You're pretty.
I am? Then why you don't like me?
It's just... I don't like girls.
Why?
I'm gay.
Oh. Oh.
Never mind. I gotta go. I should go.
Hey! It's okay. Breathe. Now your try. Better?
Kinda.
Good. Jake is gay!
Who? What?
You guys would be so cute together. It's a perfect match. Matchmaker, matchmaker, I found you a match.
Okay.
Do you want to go see my opera tonight? Guess who's in it?
That's your Mark.
Mark? Who's Mark? No, Jake. He's in the opera with me, and you should meet him.
Okay, maybe.
Yay! Awesome! Okay, I'm going to rehearsal. I hope I see you tonight, Alon.
Bye, Spencer.
Bye, Alon.
Damn, Mom.
Yes, I know. I know that. I know your stepbrother wants to be a writer. He also wants to be an actor and a director and a costume designer. You name it. Uh-huh. Well, all it's done for me is cost me an arm and a leg. Oh. I know that I've worked 2 jobs and taking care of Alon. It's just my schedule is, there's no time.
Mom, is dinner ready, Mom?
What?
I need to eat.
No, I'm talking to your sister.
Talk faster.
Alon, this better be an emergency.
It is. I want to see an opera tonight.
A what?
An opera!
Tasha, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. I love you too. Okay, bye. All right, Alon, do we need to get your pills? Do we need to go outside?
No.
All right, fine. Relax and talk to me.
You don't listen.
I'm off the phone now. I'm listening.
I need to eat.
I'm making dinner.
The opera's at 8.
Alon, we don't have time to go see an opera tonight. I've got an enormous amount of work to do.
Oh, I can go by myself.
No, you can't.
Well, just drop me off.
What?
I want to go alone.
Alone? You never go anywhere alone.
I know.
Well, I don't... Who's taking you to this opera? Professor Block?
No, a friend. She invited me.
She? Is she pretty?
She's a friend. No further questions.
Alon, I'm glad that you're making new friends. I am. I have a lot of work to do tonight, and this is just a lot for me right now.
Oh no, are you gonna cry?
Is she meeting you there?
Yes.
Okay, fine. I'll drop you off. But you're gonna call me as soon as it's over.
Okay.
Okay?
I promise.
You promise?
Okay, I
Okay?
promise. I promise.
I'll go get my purse. And you can't, are you going like that? You can't go like that. Look at yourself, you look like a hoodlum.
Can we eat first?
Oh, that's right, you have to eat. You have to eat. Gotcha, eat. Are you sure you want to go alone?
I'll be okay. I should go. Oh, something. What? I'm worried, but man, I should go. I gotta go.
Jake's hot, right? He's having an after party. Wanna come? Jake!
What's up, Spencer?
This is Alon. He's come to your party.
Cool. See you there.
He likes you.
So, this is college.
Yeah, cool, huh?
What are they doing?
They're getting ready for the drag show.
But boys don't.
What?
Spencer, can I tell you something private?
Sure, you can trust me.
Thanks. I always loved everything female, dressing up in feminine figure, you know, girl stuff.
Yeah, girl stuff.
Well, even though I'm a boy, I think I may have been born as a girl inside.
Wow. That's amazing.
It is?
Yeah, I'm glad you told me.
Oh, thanks. I'm just trying to be myself. But I...
It's okay. Breathe. Better?
Excuse me, Spencer.
No, excuse you, Jake.
Excuse me, it's time to go.
Alon. Stay.
Yeah, stay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Alon, talk to Jake. He's single. He doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. Look at him. He's so cute, sexy, and so pretty. Try to talk to him, please. Like, why? He's so nice. Okay, I'm going to get snacks. You two have a good time.
Hey, wait.
Bibbidi, bobbidi, boo.
So Alon, was it?
Yes.
You like musicals?
Well, when I was 10, my parents took me to see Hairspray.
Oh my God. That's the first Broadway musical I ever saw. Changed my life.
Me too. It was the last musical I ever saw with my dad, though he left us.
That's terrible. I feel you. You know, my dad is an asshole.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed. I have this thing called autism, and my brain makes me to see weird things. I'm sorry.
Please, you don't need to apologize. I can sympathize. I actually have Asperger's and was diagnosed super young.
Really?
Yeah. It's really hard being autistic. And gay.
Yeah. So, we're both tied under the rainbow?
Yeah. I think I get that.
Hey, Jakey. It's time for the show.
Okay. Super nice meeting you, Alon. Enjoy the show.
I love your dress.
Thank you. You should join us next time. See you under the rainbow.
Breathe. Somewhere onto the rainbow, Alon loves Jake, a gay world that he dreams of once in a lullaby.
What?
it's my stepmom. I gotta go.
Right now? Do you want to dance?
I'm sorry, I can't. I gotta go. Oh, sorry.
Hey, man, watch where you're going.
You ever got your playbill?
I was worried sick. I'm sorry. I was a little running late. Sorry. I just...
That night, Alon had a most splendid dream. Everyone was there at the ball, dressed to impress.
She looks beautiful.
May I have this dance, Alani?
Alani.
Do you trust me?
I trust you.
I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Let me lead. That was my fault.
Oh, whoops. Like all good things, our story must end. Remember to keep on believing, and the dream that you wish will come true. And she lived fabulously ever after. Somewhere under the rainbow, Alon loves Jake. A gay world that he dreams of once in a lullaby.
This film was inspired by my journey from Stephen to Alani. We all have struggles of figuring out who we are for those who are tied under the rainbow. Let your voice be heard. Find a community that supports and loves you. It takes courage to tell your story. I'm proud I did. Now I would like to hear yours. Go be who you are, lovely one.
And she lived fabulously ever after. You did it.
The end.
Bippity boppity boo.
my gosh. Where does one start? So, because, I've got so much in my head, so many varied emotions and perhaps a few too many questions. My biggest risk is that Mitchell is going to start yelling at me, seriously. So I am just going to do something very simple, and I'm going to ask you one question. How can you describe Spectrum Laboratory?
Yeah, so Spectrum Laboratory, it was started in Los Angeles in 2015, and basically it's an art community of neurodivergent, autistic, LGBTQ+, low-income families, multi-ethnic, just artists in Los Angeles. And we make movies, we make animation, we make music. So all the animation you saw in the movie was done by our neurodivergent animators. The music was composed by our musicians and our composers that work for our music program. And a lot of people behind the camera helped make the movie. We're also neurodivergent or LGBTQ+. And every actor you saw in the movie was fit into one of those communities. Except for Tom Kenny, who we just wanted in the movie, who's the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants. He was the guy who played the professor, and he's just a good friend of mine. And I was like, I gotta have SpongeBob in our movie. So that was basically like what, but Alexandra Billings, who's from the show Transparent, was like a huge supporter behind the movie. And she's transgender, and she is from the, from that community. So that was a really beautiful thing to have her. And then Spencer, who's in the movie, who is one of my favorite parts of the movie, the best friend Spencer. It was modeled after the relationship she actually had with the real life Alani. And so that's how the movie kind of started, was with their relationship, and then my relationship as the mentor to student. And so the Spectrum Laboratory, we all banded together like a big family and made this movie. And now we've gone around to film festivals, and we're doing the whole, and giving them all these artists the professional experience, which is awesome, because actually right now I have my animation class is actually being taught for Spectrum Laboratory right now in Los Angeles. That's our animators doing animation right now. And so I'm like watching the movie, but I'm teaching too. So, but yeah, anyway, I hope that didn't go over, Mitchell. I was just trying to give a quick overview there.
Yeah, because Mitchell can yell. Oh boy. Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, thank you, for what you do as a service to the community, for the educating that you offer people, and for making films. And yeah, look, thank you for making me cry. I'll admit it, whatever. Yeah, it's just a timeless film. So I think you've delivered on so many different levels. It's just fantastic. I mean, honestly, I could spend hours and hours with you talking about this film. Obviously, today is not the day for that.
Yeah, no.
You've delivered something that really can spark a lot of conversation. And
well, anybody can reach out to us. Our website is speclabs.org. There's a Boys Don't Wear Dresses page. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. So if you want to talk more, we can always do another time. So yeah, anybody wants to reach out and just communicate with myself or Alani. Alani loves talking. Alani couldn't be here today, but loves just chatting and opening conversations. And that's what the movie was made for, was to just start that dialogue with people, and to be able to show it to a younger audience, which was the key thing that we really strive for with this film. So thanks for having me.
Well, you nailed it for me. So yes, absolutely well done. Congratulations.
It's my co-producer, Jolena.
Hi.
Worked on the
Hello.
movie.
Thank you so much for your kind words. They really mean a lot.
You're very welcome. Thank you for everything you've put into this. Wow. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit melancholy because we're kind of winding towards the conclusion, but we've got a few more very important films to also share. But yeah, it was easier for me to do the judging part because not everything is so excellent that you receive. Everything has got really good qualities, but not everything is so excellent. So you've got, yeah, great. Okay, whatever. Today, everything is excellent. So, my emotions are they never slow down. It's just always a continuous brilliance going on. So I'm just really privileged. the next film that I'm going to present is called Serendipity and Me. It's a short animation from a filmmaker called Tal Anderson. I think she's also an actress. Now, I'm not sure if she's in here. I don't think I've seen anything, and you know, I don't think I've seen her name pop up. But again, if Mitchell, if you see Tal sort of come into the room, just give us a flag. In the meantime, this is a film that touches on again autism, also the pandemic, and individual perspectives of how do you cope under such strange circumstances. So, as she, in her own words, a short look at the life of a young autistic actor, this documentary investigates the effect of isolation and the 2020 pandemic had on her. So yes, Serendipity and Me. We visited all films. Here we are. Here we go.
Winifred is my cat. She is my best friend. I'm autistic, so I don't make friends easily. And Winifred doesn't expect much, just love. Plus, she loves life and she's always around. But she's more than just what you see. I'm an actor and a model, but I'm also more than just what people see. I'm also a filmmaker, an editor, and I love life. I love my family and I care about people. But I was a solitary child. I kept to myself. I had very few friends and I struggled with a lot of things. And every day I still struggle to find my place in the world. But I was finding my place. I was discovering what I can do and where I can make a difference. I graduated from college, moved to Los Angeles, got an internship in post-production, and started working on my acting career, and was starting to make some headway. And then, my world changed. Winifred's world changed. Everyone's world changed. And change is hard. Just like that. I lost my place in the world. I was behind again, isolated, no interviews, no auditions, no roles to prepare for, nothing. Back to the unknowns and no socialization. Winifred changed too. She spent more time sleeping, hiding, and she stopped playing. I thought, well, maybe she's growing up and being independent, finding a way. But then I realized that all of her favorite toys were gone. I looked everywhere, and they were just gone, lost, and she was so sad. But one day I was cleaning, and I found a hole behind a bookshelf I never noticed before. And after a whole ordeal of unscrewing and moving it safely, I found a big pile of mice behind it. Oh, not real mice, toy mice, Winifred's mice. So I rescued them, put them back in her toy box where she would find them, and she did. She did find them and started to play again and to enjoy life again. And when you lose what took you so long to gain, or things that make you enjoy life, that can be tough, unfortunately. But life is also more than what you see. Like, you can see a pile of mice, or you can see that every day can bring gifts. What I've learned is that you can find those gifts even in the pandemic. You just may have to work harder to reclaim things you lost and look harder for things you can discover.
I guess one way to describe that is very short and very, very sweet. I would have really liked to have spoken to her, but I don't think she is here. So yeah, I think she was very generous in sharing an insight into her life in lockdown, which I can't say is too different from some other people, very different from some people. Yeah, if anyone has anything for her, it can be directed, can be forwarded onto her. So yes, a very sweet little cat there was. So now the next film that I want to offer, I feel a little tiny bit guilty because I think we had the filmmaker come in earlier on, but he's based in India, so I can't imagine what time it will be there right now. So I do feel a little bit guilty, but I still have to, just focus on the good thing, which is I've got a very nice film to share, and it's a very unique original film. Death Offers Life: The Last Moments of Vincent van Gogh. Yeah, just a very, very special twist on history. The story is a fictional account of the last 5 minutes of the acclaimed painter's life, who was a failure in his lifetime. I don't think anyone could predict what is about to happen in this film, but yeah, it's truly original. Yeah, I don't think any of the crew are with us right now, but I think the reason is perhaps obvious. So I do apologize to them for the scheduling, for the timing issue. Nevertheless, Death Offers Life is what we're going to see now, and it's 8 minutes long. And I'm going to share the screen.
നിങ്ങൾ ആരാണ്?
മരണം.
നിങ്ങൾ എന്നെ വെടിവെച്ചോ?
എന്തെങ്കിലും കാരണം വേണമല്ലോ വിൻസെന്റ്.
ഞാൻ ആത്മഹത്യ ചെയ്തെന്ന് എല്ലാവരും കരുതും.
അതിനെന്തെങ്കിലും ദോഷമുണ്ടോ?
ഇല്ല. അംഗീകരിക്കപ്പെടാത്ത കലാകാരനായ എനിക്ക് ജീവിതം ഒരു ഭാരമായിരുന്നു. അത് തീരുന്നതിൽ സന്തോഷമേ ഉള്ളൂ.
വിൻസെന്റ്, എനിക്ക് അത്ഭുതം തോന്നുന്നു. നിനക്കെന്നെ തീരെ ഭയമേ ഇല്ലല്ലോ. മറ്റുള്ളവരൊക്കെ എന്നെ കാണുമ്പോൾ ഭയന്നാണ് മരിക്കാറ്.
ഇല്ല, നിങ്ങളെ എനിക്ക് ഭയമില്ല. നിങ്ങളുടെ ശത്രുവിനെയാണ് എനിക്ക് ഭയം.
എന്റെ ശത്രു?
ജീവിതം.
എല്ലാവർക്കും ജീവിതം വേണം. എന്നെ കണ്ട് എല്ലാവരും ഭയന്നോടുന്നു. നീയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സുഹൃത്തിനോടെന്ന പോലെ വളരെ സരസമായി സംസാരിക്കുന്നു.
മരണം കറുത്ത വസ്ത്രത്തിൽ വരുമെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾ വെളുത്ത വസ്ത്രം ധരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു.
ആളുകൾ എന്നെ കറുപ്പായും വെളുപ്പായും കാണുന്നത് അവരുടെ പ്രവൃത്തികൾ കൊണ്ടാണ്. പ്രിയ വിൻസെന്റ്, നീ തെറ്റൊന്നും ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. നിന്റെ ജീവിതം എങ്ങനെയായതിൽ എനിക്ക് ദുഃഖമുണ്ട്. വിൻസെന്റ്, എനിക്കും വരങ്ങൾ നൽകാൻ കഴിയും. ഞാൻ നിനക്ക് 2 വഴികൾ പറഞ്ഞുതരാം. ഒന്നുകിൽ നിനക്ക് നിന്റെ ഈ ചിത്രങ്ങളെല്ലാം എടുത്ത് എൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം വരാം. അങ്ങനെയെങ്കിൽ നീ ഒരു ചിത്രകാരനായി തന്നെ വീണ്ടും ഇവിടെ ജനിക്കും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിനക്കിതെല്ലാം ഇവിടെ ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് എൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം വരാം. അങ്ങനെയെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സാധാരണക്കാരനായി നീ ഇവിടെ ജനിക്കും.
വേണ്ട, എനിക്ക് ഈ ജീവിതം തന്നെയാണ് തിരിച്ചു കിട്ടുന്നതെങ്കിലോ? അംഗീകരിക്കപ്പെടാത്ത കഴിവ് അനുഗ്രഹമല്ല, ശാപമാണ്. ഒരു കലാകാരൻ ജനിക്കുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ അവന്റെ അമ്മ മരിക്കുന്നു. ദത്തെടുക്കപ്പെടാത്ത അനാഥനായി അവൻ വളരുന്നു. വിശപ്പ് സഹിക്കാം, പക്ഷെ ഭ്രാന്ത് അതൊരിക്കൽ കൂടി സഹിക്കാൻ എനിക്ക് വയ്യ. ഞാൻ വെറും കൈയോടെ നിങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ വരാം. എന്റെ ചിത്രങ്ങളെല്ലാം എല്ലാം ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കട്ടെ. ഞാനൊരു സാധാരണക്കാരനായി തിരിച്ചു വന്ന് എന്റെ ചിത്രങ്ങൾ കണ്ട് ആസ്വദിക്കാം. ആരറിഞ്ഞു, ചിലപ്പോൾ എന്റെ ചിത്രങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ തന്നെ വലിയ വില കൊടുത്ത് വാങ്ങുമായിരിക്കും.
All right. It just occurred to me that although it wasn't categorized as an ASD film, well, it's about Vincent van Gogh, and he was known as being on the spectrum. So there you go. That's an addition to that category. I repeat, because of I think time zone issues, we don't have any filmmaker from this film to speak with us at this point. But yes, we can obviously send messages across. We've got 2 films left to present today. So as much as you can, stick around. The next one is called Removal Recommended, and it's another youth filmmaker. She was probably under 18 years old at the time of making it. I just find that some of these young filmmakers touch really sensitive topics in really mature ways, and it's worth getting their voices out there. Maybe they haven't got access to the technology that some other filmmakers have. Maybe they haven't got the budgets, but it doesn't really matter. If you've got the idea and you've got the intention to get it out there, that's all that matters. And not everybody is able to do that. So I really feel like some of these young people need to be applauded for that. So Removal Recommended is by Zia Kinski. Now, I'm not sure if she's in, but same rule applies. If she comes in, she can give us a wave. What is the most comforted beauty standard? Seemingly simple, but surprisingly complex. This horror documentary explores the bizarre obsession with a specific type of body hair. So yes, Removal Recommended. This is our penultimate film for the day, and it runs 7 minutes in duration. So enjoy this film.
Come on! I can't go any farther! You gotta make it to the fence, hurry! Hurry! Mom! Mom! Quiet! Mom! Shh. Quiet! Why are we running from this? Because it's dangerous. Why? Shh! Because it's a monster. No. I don't know. I don't know. Did you bring the razor? Hurry. Did you bring it? Give it to me!
I do shave my legs. I do shave my legs.
Yes, I shave my legs.
I do.
I shave my legs sometimes.
I do, yes.
I do.
I do. I do shave my legs.
I guess I was nearly 12 because it was before my bat mitzvah. My sister waxed my legs for me.
I probably started shaving my legs when I was probably 13, 14, something like that.
I think I might have been around 13.
I think it was like 11.
I was in 5th grade when I shaved my legs for the first time.
I mean, the fundamental, I think, message that women and girls receive from the earliest parts of their, maybe earliest childhood, but also certainly in adolescence, is that their bodies and their natural states are gross and dirty and disgusting and need to be managed and need to be fundamentally changed.
Did you bring the razor? Hurry. Did you bring it?
In 1871, Darwin published The Descent of Man, where he concluded that hair was an inherently masculine trait. Shortly after, hemlines began to rise, and a war on women's body hair was waged.
Well, girls and non-binary people that are AFAB, like myself, are always pressured to shave their legs.
It's standard, like, what is expected of me, and I feel slightly outcast if I don't. I go to like my friends and be like, hey, what do you think of this outfit? And they'd be like, oh, it's cute, but like I'd shave.
I worked in the modeling industry for a really long time, and you have to shave your legs.
For ladies, I prefer if their legs are shaved. I don't know specifically why. If you ask like why, I don't know.
I am actually more attracted to like shaved girls' legs, which then I got really upset with myself for thinking.
I like to say I don't think it matters, but if I'm being completely honest, I gotta say yes.
It's not like anyone has to tell us don't shave or do shave or you should do this or you should do that. It doesn't even need that to when it's a strong enough social norm. It just becomes internalized as that we must, right? And we have to. And if we don't, then we will personally be unhappy.
I think it's just more of something that I like to do.
For me, it's completely a personal choice, even though it didn't used to be, but now it is.
I shave my legs because I want to. I made a promise to myself that I'm not gonna like do anything or shave my legs or pierce my ears or get a tattoo unless I want to do that.
So of course we are gonna see this very like neoliberal individualist rhetoric of, I want to do this thing because it's for me and I like it and it makes me feel good.
I dare you. I dare you!
Shaving was cemented into society during World War II, when a shortage of stockings meant that women were baring their legs. By the 1960s, over 95% of women shaved.
I think here in India, clean-shaven legs and almost a hairless body is looked at as more feminine.
And Israel is heavily influenced by Western culture, like specifically America.
The British culture, when it comes to hairy legs, is very similar to the American culture. And I know that when I went and lived in Germany for a while, and I met a lot of women who didn't shave any part of their body, and I was a bit like, oh, okay.
My parents being from Russia, there's a lot of differences, not necessarily with them because they've already been here for 25, 30 years, both of them. I know my mom has told me stories when she came. She was 16, and I feel like she was telling me stories that it wasn't necessarily something that you do all the time.
Do I think that society equates hairlessness with femininity? In a way, I do.
It's bad if I say I do.
Most people do.
I do think that like hairlessness is sort of associated with femininity.
Yeah, I know that some males, they feel self-conscious whenever they're not hairy enough. They think it makes them less masculine.
I do associate having like hair on a woman with not quite as feminine.
For me, I feel sexier and I feel more groomed and my legs just look really smooth.
If I were going out for dinner, I would probably feel more attractive if my legs were shaved.
I do like the way that my legs look when they're shaved.
It makes me more confident.
I am definitely more confident when my legs are shaven.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I feel like more attractive and more confident when my legs are shaved.
Why?
The question of why people should care about body hair is really one I've thought a lot about, because it's often, people accuse you of studying something trivial or thinking about something silly or stupid when you're thinking about body hair, but it couldn't be more opposite. The mundane choices that we make about our bodies are invested with so many different stories about power and choice and autonomy and control.
Wow, I don't think I see Zia in the list of people. But I did really appreciate how it became as globally inclusive as possible within that topic, and at her young age, making such a concise documentary. I thought it was quite striking, quite nice. But given that she's not in, I'm going to move to the final screening of this year's festival, I guess, which is a very, very sweet, very. If there are any kids, by the way, anywhere, bring them in, because now is the time for kids to have a lot more fun. I can understand that there's been a bit of a variety of topics, but this is definitely something that is very kid friendly. Dudlington the Different. Is that you, Paul, from the film? You've got a different surname in the film and in Zoom. That's you, all right. Okay, excellent. So you're joining us from the United States. The plot is a little elephant on the autism spectrum learns how to deal with the challenging world around him. And it is very, very, very cute. So yes, I'm going to get us right into that. This is the final film of the day, and it is 22 minutes long. I think it's 22 minutes of joy, quite frankly. So yes, here we go. Dudlington the Different.
Once upon a time, in a colourful place called Jelly Bean Jungle, there lived a little elephant named Dudlington. Say hello, Dudlington. Dudlington? Dudlington.
Huh?
I said, say hello, Dudlington.
Hello, Dudlington.
Now, Dudlington was a bit different from the other animals. For example, he loved to arrange his building blocks into a tall tower, and then just stare at it for hours.
Blocks.
He had a pet potato, who he talked to and called Spudley.
Time for your walk, Spudley.
Mom, Dudlington's talking to potatoes again.
Who's a good boy?
Dudlington also preferred to wear his striped bow tie everywhere he went, even though it looked a little strange at the public pool. When the bell would ring at school, Dudlington would cover his ears because he didn't like loud noises.
Ow! Loud noises! Not good! Not good!
And each day at 4:15 on the dot, while most of the animals played outdoors, Dudlington preferred to stay in his bedroom, role-playing in front of his mirror and making up fantastic stories which seemed to go on forever.
And the great mighty man saves the universe from the treacherous villain Cyber Slug as he banishes his arch-nemesis and his evil empire into the realm of prehistoric pixies from Cleveland. Bad pixies. Very bad. Not good. Not good. Huh? Hey, Doja. Hey, Al. Looky there. It's that doofus. Huh. And pray tell, Bosco, what weirdo thing is he doing now? Who knows? He acts like he's from another planet or something. I tell you, that guy sure puts the dud in Dudlington. Get it? Dud? Dudlington?
Aha, that's funny. Dudlington. What's a Dudlington?
Why, only the weirdest kid in the neighborhood. And wait till you hear him ramble on about one of his nutty stories. Once he starts, he can't stop. It's hysterical. Watch this. Hey, Dudlington, can you come out here for a minute? I can't because I'm role-playing now and I need to role-play at exactly 4:15 p.m. each day, but only on weekdays when it's sunny out and never during holidays that start with the letter C. Not that C is a bad letter because it starts with words like carnival, carnivorous, and calamine, as in lotion, but definitely no holidays that start with C. Or leap year. Whatever. What he means is, whatever you're role-playing now, we'd sure love to hear about it. Can you tell your story to us?
What are you, out of your mind?
Oh, yes. I mean, splendid idea. Please, Dudlington. After all, we're your best friends. Best friends? Never had best friends. Happy, happy, happy. Okay, guys, get ready to meet Mighty Man. In an ancient universe, there lived a super mighty man who always put the people first, unless that person's name was Stan. An evil tribe of circus clowns had planned a sneak attack, but wait, I think I heard my blocks fall down. I'll check and be right back. Ha 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 ha. Is he loony? Is he dense? Ha 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 ha.
His nutty story makes no sense.
Ha 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 ha. His words are crazy, everyone. What a weirdo loser is a dud called Dudlington. Quiet, he's coming back. False alarm, my blocks are just fine. So then what happened, Dudlington? Your story? Ah yes, my story. Mighty Man was strong and smart, a sci-fi show he'd never miss. He had a certain flair for art as well as Limburger and Swiss.
What?
Fought his greatest foe, who was an evil giant hen. Raised his magic cheese and said, I'd better check my blocks again. Ha 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 ha, he's the strangest kid I've heard. Ha 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 ha,
that elephant is quite absurd.
Ha 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 ha, is he crazy or just dumb? What a weirdo loser is a dud called Dudlington. He just rambles on and on just like a broken phonograph. His stories make me yawn.
His weird behavior makes me laugh.
If you say we're friends, he'll buy it for him any way we can. Wait, we better keep it quiet because here he comes again. Ha 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 ha, the evil villain laughed away. Ha 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 ha, but Mighty Man has saved the day. Ha 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 ha.
Is this story almost done?
Anything else you want to show, tell us, Dudley. I've got a pet potato and his name is Spudley. Now's our chance, time to go from this dud, Godlington. Ha 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 ha. Okay, best friends, meet my pet potato, Spudley. Best friends? Best friends? Where'd you go, best friends? Maybe they've got to walk their own potatoes. But isn't this great, Spudley? Happy, happy, happy. I have best friends.
Unfortunately, Dudlington was wrong. Those children were not his friends at all. They only wanted to make fun of him. But Dudlington couldn't tell. He couldn't hear it in their voices or see it in their faces. It all seemed the same to him. Yes, there was no doubt about it. Dudlington was different. The next day was Saturday, and Dudlington and his sister, Dotty, went to the park.
Come on, Dudlington. Mom says you need some fresh air, instead of being cooped up in that room of yours.
Yes, but the sun's UV rays could be quite harmful, and I don't have my sunscreen like when I'm at the pool, not to mention my allergies to pollen, grass, and ladybugs, and parks have lots of kids, and lots of kids are noisy. Ow, my ears. Not good, not good. Me and Spudley will go home now.
You'll be okay. Why don't we go and play on the swings?
No swings, no swings. According to the Jelly Bean Jungle Safety Commission, over 50,000 injuries a year are caused by swings, seesaws, jungle gyms, and... Whoa!
What is it?
A rock formation similar to my building blocks. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. An amazing artist must have constructed this masterpiece. Happy, happy, happy.
You're lucky I love you, big brother of mine. Hey there, Dottie honey. Jessica! You want to go play on the swings? Do I ever? Let's go! Hi, Dudlington.
Rocks.
Okay.
Tag, you're it. No fair. I tripped. I demand a do-over.
Do-over? What are you talking about?
Yes, I want a do-over.
Hey,
Don't
guys,
be a sore
look.
loser. You.
Well, what do you know? It's Doofington.
Don't you mean Dudlington?
Same thing. Shay, let's have some fun, fellas. Yo, Dudlington, what you doing? Best friends, best friends. Come and see the greatest discovery since linoleum. I don't get it. What are we looking at? A rock tower formation, probably built by an ancient tribe of jelly beans who dominated these lands in 3000 BC. Cool. Let's knock it down. No! If this tower falls, it could throw off the balance of our universe, and the results could be cataclysmic.
So then, what are we supposed to do with it?
Just stare at it. Nah, I like my idea better. Timber! Not good. The universe is in peril. Not good. Not good. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, you three, knock it off. What do you guys think you're doing? We're just having a little fun. Fun? You've made that kid upset. Oh, don't mind him. He always acts weird.
Yeah, he's a Doofington.
Stop that! What? No harm done. No harm? Look at him. How'd you guys like it if someone made you or someone you cared about upset like that? I think you all had better leave now. Oh, yeah? Who's gonna make us? There's 3 of us and only 1 of you.
Better count again, cheese ball. You were saying?
We were just saying that we should leave, right, guys? Yes,
Okay,
definitely.
we'll
Yes.
go.
Later.
Boo. Now, what do we do about him? He's having a meltdown. He gets like this when he's upset. It's okay, Dudlington. Daddy's here. Now remember what Mom taught you? Let's count backwards from 5.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now take a nice long breath. Here's Spudley. Feel better?
Yes. I'm really sorry those bullies made you so upset, Dudlington. Not bullies, best friends.
With friends like that, who needs enemies?
Those boys are not your friends. They're just mean and thoughtless. Yesterday, they liked hearing about my mighty man story and his ancient pack of cyberspace slugs enemies who scour the universe, creating havoc wherever they go, especially
Hey,
when he
Dudlington,
races his
hold on
magic
a minute
cheddar
there,
block
buddy.
and- All right. First of all, you've got a great imagination, pal. And I can tell that talking about things that you like really makes you happy. Yes. Happy, happy, happy. But some people find it kind of hard to listen to long stories like that.
Yup. Not everyone has patience, honey.
I don't understand. Let's see. I got it. When you talk to people, try to speak a bit slower. Slower. Mighty Man was a superhero. Not that slow. Maybe kind of like this. And not like you're in a race. I can do that. Great!
Good going, Dudlington.
What else? What else? I have an idea. Let's show you how to have a nice conversation. We can make a game out of it, okay? Okay. Wait right here, Spudley. Fantastic. We'll start with our names, give a compliment, say a little something about ourselves, and then ask a short question.
Sounds fun. Let's do it. All right, big brother?
All right.
Okay, me first. My name is Jessica. I like your dress. My favorite color's purple, and I must confess, if you ever need advice, I've got a lot to give. What is your name and where do you live?
That was awesome, Jessica. Okay, Dottie, it's your turn now.
Okay, here I go. My name is Dottie, and I like your smile. Jolly Bean Jungle's been my home for a while. Swinging on a swing is what I like to do. What is your name and how old are you?
Fantastic, Dottie. I guess it's my turn now. My name is Gus, and I think you're great. I'm 7 years old, and I'll soon be 8. I love to wear my hat wherever I may go. What is your name and favorite superhero? Oh, my turn? My name's Darlington. I like your cap and my favorite super... And look me in the eye. Oh, okay. My name is Dodlington. I like your cap. Yes! Mighty Man's my favorite super duper chap. Good! Speaking slower now and not too long. I think you finally got this conversation song. Do you like to sing? Then kindly sing along.
Yes, we love to sing the conversation song.
Happy, happy, happy.
That's it!
All right, yeah, you did it. Nice job.
honey.
Loud yelling, loud yelling. Oops, sorry. We're all just really proud of you, Dudlington.
That's right, we really sure are.
Ahem. Oh no, bullies. Not good, not good. What are you three doing back here? Come to make fun of our friend again? Actually, we came to apologize to your friend. Apologize? Yeah. We started to think about what Gus here said about making people feel upset. I, for one, would feel awful if someone made fun of my baby cousin.
Or if someone treated me the way we treated Dudlington. I wouldn't like that at all.
It's just that he's a little different. Well, some people see the world in their own way.
And it might be a little different from the way you see it. But you should always show patience and understanding.
I guess you're right. We're really, really sorry, Dudlington. It's okay. So, does this mean that we're real friends now? Well, just remember, guys, real friends treat each other with kindness. You got it?
Yeah,
Yes,
sure,
definitely.
absolutely,
We got
uh-huh.
it, yes, yes. Yay, real friends, happy, happy, happy.
Well then, come on, real friends. Let's all play. Yeah! Tag! You're it!
Aren't you going to join your new friends, Dudlington?
No, I'm just going to stay here and build a new rock tower and...
Slower, look in the eye, and ask a question.
I'm gonna stay and build this tower. Would you like to join me, Gus?
Ha! Good job, pal. Thanks for asking, but I have to go home now. All right. I'll see you around, Dudlington. Hey, Melody, come here. There you are. Did you have fun playing? Who is this?
Oh, this is my little sister, Melody.
You have a little sister too, just like me. Why is she doing that with her hands? It's how she tells me that she's happy.
Oh, when I'm happy, I say, happy, happy, happy.
What are those noises she's making? Can't she talk? She can say a few words like friend, cookie, and sometimes my name, Gus. But even though she can't talk much, she loves to sing. That sure is a sweet melody. She sure is. My melody is a beautiful song. Hearing her voice, my heart sings along. Happy and free, forever I'll see the world through Melody's eyes. She doesn't like hugs, she rarely tries, but ask her to sing and she will. And there are times she whimpers and cries, but I know she loves me still. 'Cause my melody is a beautiful song. Hearing her voice, my heart sings along. I love patiently when I try to see the world through Melody's eyes. How nice life could be if we try to see the world through Melody's
Come on, Melody. It's time to go home. What's wrong with her? What's she doing? She's upset about leaving the park. She really loves it here. It's okay, Melody. It's okay. Wait, I have an idea. Here, Melody. You can have my pet potato, Spudley. He always calms me down. And you can bring him back to the park on your next visit, okay? Wow, she hugged you. Ow, tight hug, tight hug. Come on, Melody, let's go home. See you, Dudlington. Okay, bye. Calmed her down with a potato. Now that sure is different. Different. Yeah, different. Ha!
Different indeed. Unusual, unique, one of a kind. Perhaps all of the above. He was Dudlington the Different. And that was just fine.
Happy, happy, happy.
Wow. I will admit that I knew I wanted to keep my camera off, not to distract people, but I had so many emotions and I was laughing and I was just, it was a real roller coaster ride. I wanted to share some of that with you, but I knew it was kind of inappropriate. But seriously, what you've accomplished is just, I don't like to use the word genius, but sorry, exception. I think it's fair to say that lots of people fall in love with this film. It's so easy to fall in love with it. I have to know, did you create these characters with the story in mind, or did the characters already exist and you thought, let's find a situation. You're muted, I think.
There we
go. There you go.
Let me just. Okay, there we go. Yes. First of all, thank you. I appreciate your emotions, your multitude of emotions. These characters existed in a TV series I created in 1995, which was nationally syndicated. It was called Jelly Bean Jungle. And I recently reacquired the rights back to Jelly Bean Jungle. I was young and stupid, and I signed away all my rights at the young age of 28 years old. But I just recently reacquired the rights, and I still had all the puppets gathering dust. And I said, I need to do something. I need to do a tribute to my daughter, because my daughter was diagnosed with autism when she was about 10 years old. And so Dudlington the elephant, at least in this film, is based on my daughter. So she lived through all of the things that Dudlington lived through, the role playing, the rambling on and on without stopping, just creating just crazy stories, crazy for other people rather, not looking in the eye, befriending inanimate objects. I mean, you name it, the whole gambit. And I'm proud to say that she's 25 now, and she's an assistant kindergarten teacher. And she also does professional voiceover for cartoons. So she supplied the voices for the female characters in the show for this.
Wow. So it's a real family endeavor in that way. And it brings back your past, and it makes her maybe more, maybe understand what you were doing before better. And it's just a way to unite you in a different dimension.
Yeah. Thing is, when she was diagnosed and she was going through her problems with school when she was a little girl, autism really was a new thing for teachers to understand. And as a result, she was kicked out of about 5 schools before the age of 10, because the teachers just, I had teachers actually use the word crazy, saying your daughter's crazy, So finally we found a school that was familiar with autism, and they embraced her and they worked with her, and she eventually developed ways to communicate and to embrace new friends and maintain new friendships throughout her life. And I'm just very proud of her. So this is a loving tribute to her. Her name is Haley Beth.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that story. And I'm just so, touched and emotional. It's just, thank you for giving us the privilege of sharing into your lives in that way, and just for giving us a good time, giving us a laugh, and giving us some characters. I'm thinking, I want to see another film with those same characters. I want to see the next phase of the adventure. Seriously.
You're the first person who said that, and I'm working on that. I'm working on more grants. I was approached by the Adobe company, Adobe Corporation. I applied for a grant about a year ago, and I got the email about 2 months ago saying that I got the grant. So I used the grant money to produce this. So I'm hoping that another grant email comes out of nowhere and says, hey, you got another one, Paul. So the sequel definitely awaits. So
cool. I look forward to it. Seriously, I look forward to it. Wow.
It was a really great film there, and actually it was great to see the old puppets and props resurrected from the old TV show. Gosh, that was from my childhood, so it was great to see that again as well.
Remember it, but thank you. I'm glad that you remember it. Oh, you want to step in here? Okay. Step in really quickly. My daughter wants to say hi.
Oh, please.
This is.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
What wonderful voices, what wonderful story, just what a wonderful collective. We are so honored to have been a part of this. Thank you so much for sharing it. Really,
Thank
truly.
you for having me. And thanks for everything that you did today. Appreciate it.
Cool.
Great work there, guys.
So that was the last film to be screened. However, I am now going to share a slightly different screen, which is the part that I'm least looking forward to, quite honestly, because it's the most difficult job to look through films and judge art. How do you judge art? And during the pandemic, people have been restricted, and yes, compared to last year, we received less submissions overall. I just got very lucky that the submissions, at least some of them, were of a similar quality and some higher quality than last year. So it gave me a lot of stuff to think about, and it gave myself, Tasia, who I don't think is in here right now, but certainly Mitchell, a few headaches, but a lot of joy in going through everything and trying to outweigh films. And obviously, what we've got is the best of all of the ones that we received. But I do have a short, I guess you could say, presentation slideshow to present just a few of the films that kind of stood out, and the ones that I categorized and therefore will take home a certificate, and in some cases will take home a little wooden plaque. So just to explain that, my father-in-law is 75 years old, and he's a newly creative person. I mean, he says he's been creative since he was a kid, but he was a banker for most of his life in India. And when he retired, he just got back into the arts, and he went through a whole range of disciplines, including soap making, glass making. But the one thing that really that he found an affinity towards is that of wood burning. And it goes beyond just burning wood. It's creating art with wood. And he recently had we posted something on the internet, and he got a request for an article on a Toronto I guess paper or whatever, online paper, and he had the article published, and then from that came the request for a radio interview, which he did. And I was there to try and distract him from being too nervous. So he's getting a bit of publicity for being a creative wood burner. And since the very beginning of this festival, I always knew that because the quality of films that comes from around the world is so handcrafted and so unique and so special and so intimate, I didn't want to just, give out very kind of commercially standardized trophies. That didn't make any sense to me. So I asked him immediately, I said, would you either carve or wood burn, some things for me to present? And he did that, and I kept on pushing him and pushing and pushing. So he's delivered. So I've got a very small kind of photograph attached to each category page. They're not completely finalized, but it's more or less there. The quality of the pictures, unfortunately, is rubbish. It's from my phone, so forgive me on that one. But those who have one, I will send out by post, hoping that the post does the good job this time. We've also got finalists and runners-up who are going to get certificates. We haven't got the previews of those yet because they're in the works. We've just been a little bit busy these few days, but we have got the pictures of the wooden plaques. So I am going to, I repeat, I'm finding this a very difficult process because every film that we screen today means something personal to me. I didn't have to select them. Yes, Mitchell and Tasia helped me. I didn't have to select them, but I chose to, and it gave me great privilege to watch them. And after this event, after today, I will be working on video reviews as well as written reviews. So you can add something wherever you want it into social media, but you'll also get me chatting again on the YouTube page. So everyone will get that. But just to go through this very, very rough presentation for the finalists, the runners up in the awards, I'm going to share my screen once more. I hope I'm finding the right one. This should be it. So you're seeing a white screen, is that correct? Yes, that's good. That was the plan. Right. So here we go. So finalists for certificates. And I don't know which filmmakers are available here, but it's Enough, Growing Charlotte, Lives, How to See a Kite, and Beautiful Bear. So again, we will be putting those together. I'm not the designer myself. I didn't even design the logo, but they will be coming through to you ASAP as soon as we get to it.
Give them all a huge round of applause.
Oh yes,
there,
absolutely.
guys.
Thank you, Mitchell. Yes, absolutely. Very well deserved. Absolutely. For the finalists this round, well, the runners-up, sorry, we have Dudlington the Different and The Secret Life of Tom Lightfoot. So again, special certificates, will be delivered at the same time. And now by category, I know that Film Freeway had categories, and most of them are very much the same categories. So we have LGBT plus winner. Unfortunately, there was only really, there weren't many. I had to segregate between some things that films had in common and some that were unique. But in this case, we've gone for What If, and that is the very bad quality plaque design. And by the way, I've got one example. I'm just going to show it to you just to give. Is it available here? Yeah, can you just reach out for me? I just want to show you the scale in my hand just to see what kind of size it is. So let me just find one that hasn't been. Well, actually, let me find What If. Can you find What If? There it is. So it's kind of this size. This is my hand. That's the kind of size, and it's real wood and wood burning by my father-in-law. So the next category is for experimental film, and we've gone for Death Offers Life. Unfortunately, I think he's in India, so he's not able to be here to see this, but we'll send this to India. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I really hope he gets it, or they get it. Then we have Youth Winner for Young Filmmaker, and that is for Zia with the Removal Recommended. I just thought that was pretty special storytelling for her age group, and very very interesting story. We have Celluloid Winner for use of actual film, and we gave that to Jinx, which was the very first film that we saw, which was the one in consecutive in continuity. We have Animation Winner. We didn't receive many animations, unfortunately, but this one stood out. Strange by Cameron Carr. And we have Features Winner, which really, really touched me, was Water Like Fire. And we have Alternative Abilities Winner and Favorite Film Winner overall, which just kind of captivated me in so many different ways. And that one goes to Boys Don't Wear Dresses. So an impossible choice to make. But, you submitted, we watched, we judged, and although it's impossible to judge art, we had to make our decisions, and we do feel that, all those who win have deserved it. All those who have been selected, it's just been an absolute privilege to have you. And it's also quite important for me, and I have to thank Mitchell for this idea. He said, why not just showcase for a few seconds a list of the films that didn't get selected, because not all of them were bad. Some of them were really, really good. Just you guys had that little bit of extra, glam that we thought was worthy of the screenings. So sorry, let's ignore that. So this is just a page of the other films that that I want to acknowledge. Every single film has been given a written review. Some of them are really, really well done and touching, but just not quite enough to be screened today. But I think everyone deserves a very strong acknowledgement, a pat on the back, an applause, and yeah, thanks for making my job so difficult, honestly. So that does conclude today. I will be in touch further with all those who are going to receive, well, nearly all of you are going to receive something from me from this side. But yeah, if there are any comments from anyone, you're welcome.
So funny. Thank you so much, Danny. This is our lead animator. We just told her that we just won the festival to my animation class. Yay! Hey, Danny, you're on the film fest right now. Anyway,
looks rather confused. Is that happy face?
Say hi, Danny.
Oh bless! Oh bless! Oh bless!
All right, anyway, yeah, I'll be right back, guys. All right, thank you guys. That was amazing. Thank you.
No, I mean, thank you, Mitchell. Have you got any brief? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but have you got any quick words that you want to share with with everyone, just while we're here?
You know, I was just so absolutely impressed with all the amazing talent that was here today. All the films that were submitted were all absolutely phenomenal, and especially given the circumstances, for the ones that were filmed during COVID-19, you know, of course, that couldn't have been easy. So, you know, very much my congratulations to each and every one of you for taking the time to create these absolute masterpieces, and we look forward to seeing what you guys bring to next year's festival as well. So keep up the great work, and once again, congratulations to all our award winners.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
There were filmmakers from last year that came to this year, so again, I hold no bias. If anyone wants to submit, it's not about who you are, it's about what the work is and what the story is, and we're here to celebrate film, to make it inclusive, to make it global, and to just give hopefully voices to some people who don't have voices. I, as a filmmaker, know what it's like to either be rejected or just not to hear back. So I don't like that. So let's just try and make a difference. So yeah, I feel very privileged.
Well said.
Cool, excellent. So thank you guys. I know that for some people it's been much longer than it has been for others. Some people are already in bed. For us, it's coming towards the end of the day. But I know that it's been long, but just so fulfilling and so rewarding. I love watching films. I don't like watching commercial films. I love watching independent films from just, you know, human people, and that's what I've got. So yes, yeah, we will be in touch, and thanks everyone for turning up and coming in here and leaving comments and being so appreciative and respectful of for your fellow filmmakers and for introducing yourselves to us. So that does, I haven't got any fancy music for this bit, but that does conclude the event, and that does conclude the festival. And Mitchell, you can stay in a little bit longer with me, if that's all right with you. All right. Nice one.
Thank you all so much. What a great festival.
Oh, thank you so much. What a fantastic festival.
Cool. Glad you enjoyed it.
Once again, guys, great work, and we look forward to seeing you guys next year.
Cool.
All right. It was supposed to go, but thank you, Francesco. That means so much.
Thank you. And the award is so
The
beautiful.
award's so cool.
Your dad's amazing.
I'm totally gonna hang that in my office. That's amazing. So love it. So thank you. I'm gonna go back to teaching class now, but this was an amazing festival. Thank you.
Cool.
Be in touch. Let's chat after this.
Will do. Absolutely, definitely. Look forward to it.
All right,
Nice
take
one.
care. Congratulations to all the filmmakers. Those were so great. I was really blown away by the work. Such great films. Take care, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. We're so delighted, and thank you from Ireland. I'm the only one left. I think everybody else has gone to bed. Loved the whole thing. It's really well done. Well done to everybody. Beautiful films, and it's so lovely to just see everybody. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, bye.
Great evening.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.